All right, so we're live on episode 38 of Joshua Kimble's live stream. This is the live stream where I work on my graphic novel, Two Stories, Book 2. And right now I'm working on thumbnails and roughs. The last two streams I've been working on what I ended up finishing during the day today, and there was so much coming in and leaving of with my kid and my wife and stuff like that. It just wouldn't have made great content. So rather than streaming it, I just went ahead and finished up the inks on the page, which I can show you guys what that came out like. So this was like a test panel, but I went ahead and finished that up, and then I scanned it. Hold on a sec. Put that back without it falling would be good. So then I scanned that page, and for those of you who weren't watching those last two streams, it was basically my sister is a really excellent writer. She writes for a lot of pop culture geek magazines, and was also like the senior editor at like a newspaper for over a decade, and then chose to leave that job to be a stay-at-home mom. And but she's still a killer writer. She wrote a really good script that we're pitching around. I wasn't super happy with the test panels that we had sent out. Usually when you're sending a pitch for a graphic novel, you'll have 5 sample pages. So I went ahead and made a sample scene for them to use in the pitch. And then halfway through the pitches going out, I just kind of decided I could do better. So anyhow, so those pitches, I'll show you what the one I've been working on came out like. So the final looks like this, which is kind of cool when it's cleaned up. And so that's the cleaned up inks that you guys were watching me work on the last few days. So I thought I'd show those. And then similarly, I had some other sample test pages as well. And so I'll go ahead and show those too. So I like all of the styles actually. So this is a colorized kind of version of this, which is just kind of a more rendered. And then this, which is a French line style. So all 3 of those are pretty much styles I feel pretty comfortable working in, and actually am considering using on future work anyway. But 2 of them are deviations, and then this is just my typical hand lettered, hand inked quality of work. So just bringing the sample pages to the level that I've been putting into 2 stories on finals. So that's pretty exciting. But anyhow, I was glad to get that wrapped up, and now I can get back to business as usual, which is these thumbnails and roughs for right now. I'm going to be working on page 108. What you're looking at on the screen is page 107. And I forgot to mention what is 2 Stories. So 2 Stories is my, I'll go ahead and show it, my memoir about faith and mental illness by me. And it's basically about a confessional graphic memoir that grapples with questions of faith, mental illness, depravity, and ultimately redemption in a fallen world. So, and right now I will show you guys a little thing that's kind of cool, I thought, which let me see if I can get the right one here. Yes, here it is. So right now you'll notice that buy new on the right hand corner of this, if you look it up on Amazon right now, for some reason they're selling it for $11.68, which I have not seen yet. And so that's over 40% off. I'm not sure why that is, but I definitely feel like if they're selling it for that cheap, you guys should take advantage of that and get on it while you can. And then also I am being joined by Jake, who's Jake Twister, who is he was in the chats when we started, and he's followed a couple of these streams. So I figured, hey, why not have him on? So here I'm gonna have him hop on right now. How's it going, Jake?
Hi. How are you doing?
pretty good. I was nerded out that that's like only $11. I'm like, that's a pretty good deal for a graphic novel, honestly.
Indeed. Probably people got to jump on that offer when they can, because
Yeah.
like graphic novels, they are expensive.
Yeah.
Like to chuck up the brass tacks, chucking up to like $20 at minimum.
Yeah.
Some go for like below, like in a medium range of like 15, but I
Yeah.
rarely do see that. And I'm a big trade paperback person myself.
Yeah.
So scoring that for $11 is definitely worth the buy, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I figure I'll save some people money if they want to pick it up, but at the same time, it might be more advantageous for me to wait for the price to go back up so I get a bigger cut. But I'm like, nah, I want people to read it. So,
I mean, it preps for like the purchase of the second book too. So why not get them on the board on the train right now? And if you got other ways that you could like make do, get more support, like a Ko-fi or something, then you could probably just like hook that up too.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. So you're joining us from Norway, you said?
Yeah, I am.
That's awesome. How do you like Norway? How long have you lived in Norway? Where in Norway do you live? All that fun stuff.
I don't want to dox myself.
Yeah,
but
yeah, what's your social security number? No,
oh, sure. It's one wife. No, I'm born and raised in Norway.
Nice.
And I've been practically living everywhere, like in the southern region.
Nice.
I've come from a broken home, and I've had a like a turbulent childhood, to say the least. But in the years that have been passing, I've had more or less just settled down into like certain areas for a longer duration of time. Like this place that I'm living in right now is the longest one that I've ever lived in, currently, on about 5 years. And I'm a student. I study media studies.
Awesome.
And hopefully I'll use that as an advantage for my comics career in the future.
Nice. Media studies sounds pretty cool. Is that a pretty broad range thing?
Yeah, it's an interdisciplinary field that crosses with consumer psychology, screen studies, media in general, like ethics. There is also a lot of other things that you can chuck onto that too. But it catches like the broader sense of academia, but condensed in the lens of media. So you undergo analysis and discourse and generals to different aspects of media, and how does that affect you on the as a person on a day-to-day basis, and how that development happens throughout your surroundings, and what has happened up to this point throughout history. So there's a lot of stuff to like unwrap there, but it all depends on which type of like programs you want to pick and choose from. So it's like a building block into different specificities that you might find interesting in.
Nice. The broad range of that sounds pretty cool. Like my friend Corey, who comes on here a lot, teaches in communications. And it's kind of an interesting department to be doing like graphic design and illustration stuff, and as well as like animation and all the crazy stuff he has down. Yeah. But it's like, I do think it's cool for students in the sense of like having a broad range. Whereas like when I went to school, it was like really specialized for illustration. And then of course we learned graphic design as like kind of a side note to illustration, because that's part of like the foundations we had to learn. But I do think the idea of like a broader focus like does allow for a lot of exploration, and this day and age it like makes a lot more sense too, like to kind of have like a broader range, because when you're doing professional art and stuff, it's just inevitable that that like you have to be able to like be your own video editor, be your own graphic designer, like be your own entertainer in a weird way. So it's like there's a lot under it now that didn't really exist. Like I think my generation coming out of college might have been like one of the first to have to kind of navigate the a million hats we have to wear as creatives, you know?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, definitely.
yeah. So it's, but that's cool. I think that's pretty awesome. So what time is it in Norway right now?
Currently, it's 8 a.m., 8:42 a.m.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So
So
it's morning for me.
up early in the morning, and I'm up like at a ridiculous hour. And
But I'm still
technically, you're
night
still in
gang.
night gang. Yeah,
Night gang!
that's right. Um, laser times have passed, and now we're in the night gang, you guys.
Yeah.
So, for those of you who might be freshly joining too, so Jake actually created the term night gang and laser times that we've all been using since. So, night gang, that's right.
Night gang X.
I love it. Okay, give me like two. Sorry, I'm gonna try to think about like this next section. I gotta pull open the previous script. Exciting times.
It is indeed.
Yeah. So, what are you working on right now? What were the sample pages? You sent me sample pages. I can kind of show them for.
Yeah, I'm
for
gonna pop
people
it
to
up on
see.
this.
Oh, nice. Okay. Ooh, device not connected. All right. I think Jake might be trying to connect the stream, but we'll find out. We might have lost Jake. And then we're joined by Adam, and as well as hey everyone says Crimson Owl Comics. So here we go. Boom, add to stream. I love it. Okay, I'm wondering if that will work with. Let's see. Is audio coming from that link, or is this a separate one?
Can you hear me?
Hold on. Let me. Okay, let's try. Oh my goodness. Why is this not working? Okay, let's try that. Oh my goodness. Let's try that. Can you talk now? No. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry,
yeah.
I got two screens up. I'm drawing on the Wacom right now.
No worries, man. That works. So cool. So what are you working on now as we're chatting and all this?
So I'm currently slapping together an 8-pager for a submission for my tribe AAA community.
Okay.
Because we're doing the third installment of the 9-Volt anthology, which is an anthology that has a common theme. For this one, it will be the Cosmic Unknown, which is a sort of like a blend of sci-fi, magic. Think Shadowrun or The Fifth Element.
Yeah.
Or like The Long Tomorrow by Moebius and alike. So I'm doing a very boring story about this little bot, this little robot. Sorry, which is it's sort of like a what do we call this one? Sorry, my lingo is nulling out now for some reason. I got my wires crossing. So the machine here is basically a for-hire holo display.
Okay.
And it's sentient in a general artificial capacity. So it can think to a limited degree, but it has to obey certain routines and structures that is built into the purpose of it, the purpose of the machine. So this is taken from the title here is Parasocial.
Nice.
And what this entails is the inference of parasocial relationships throughout media. So there's some kind of meta level to this comic in that you're having a parasocial relationship built with the character. But the way that we experience parasocial relationships is that we have a one-way communication often with people through screens. So when I'm out of the show, I'm watching you in a one-sided communicative way.
Yeah.
But to a limited degree, I can still comment to you. But we're still anonymously engaging with each other. And then we build sort of a kinship or a relationship but the guy on the other screen that mainly runs the show don't necessarily know which person that is watching and who they are in a sense.
Yeah, that makes a
And
lot of sense.
so we have a set type of cast with different characters from like a Tyrell type of like family figurehead from Blade Runner, and then we have a couple of corpo heads, and then some gangsters, and then a orphanage
Oh,
uh,
nice.
presented here. And so for each, for the bot, it will be its purpose to do its rudimentary like hollow display thing for these people. To it will infer like different types of things throughout the writing. Mainly that there would be a sense of like betrayal and fear when it comes to the Yakuza types, and then greed and such when it comes to the corporals, and grief and sadness with the stoic figure here of the woman with the those elevating hands, sort of.
Nice.
And it will be all just like watch from the robot's perspective. We don't see the content. I like to make it so that people sort of make a connection or like build an image sort of, and then we get to more of the whole like expressive scans that it does. So it picks its and bits and pieces of these people's reactions to the content that is being filtered to them. And stored into like the memory data or the memory bank of the machine.
Wait a second. That panel is just so cool. Like that. That's really cool.
Yeah, this is heavily inspired by Inyo Asano.
Nice. I love it. That's cool. That sounds like a great plot, and definitely like a good topic too. It's very interesting. The whole parasocial thing is really fascinating too.
Yeah,
Through doing these like live streams and shows, like I've made friends who we've since like met in person multiple times, and I mean, heck, it's like were I to like go back in time and be getting married or whatever, like two of these guys I stream with like would be in my wedding, like
yeah,
like they're really good people, but it all kind of happened in a parasocial way first, and that's a really interesting component of like this time that I think like it's just weird that can happen, but it's also cool, and yet also like has way broader like philosophical implications than like friendships like back in the day where you'd like meet somebody at a show or something and like you know develop a
yeah.
friendship from there. But
See the
it's
way that
also neat because you can develop like deeper connections too.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
See, I'm trying to play with on like a broader scope of
Hmm.
how in the future, since this is more like a cyberpunk dystopic universe type of
Yeah.
affair. The implication of a general AI being able to critically assess situations by assessing data and compiling data.
Yeah.
Um, it could, in theory, be in the cell in of itself sort of like a parasocial relationship through the machine.
Hmm.
Um, I displayed this. I had like a graph somewhere, but the general point was that the general gist was I don't know if I can actually display it on the screen here. Hold on, give me a moment to see if I can find a graph. It'll be easier to explain if I can like illustrate it by point.
I love it.
So yeah, you can actually see. So generally, this is sort of like the way that we do parasocial relationship, breaking
Yeah.
out to like the fine granite of it. There's just one way to view it through like a medium.
Hmm.
In this case, it will be just a screen. But the actor cannot be communicating with the other side unless there's some kind of limited way of doing so through like a chat
Hmm.
or through means like StreamYards, for instance.
Hmm.
For machines like the one that I'm presenting, it has sort of like a um, semi parasocial relationship with the audience in the way that it it engages with the audience member
Mm-hmm.
through sharing medium, while as for the actor, they can still communicate, but the robot can in a way analyze and um, sort of make inferences
Mm.
in a way, but it can't communicate with people unless it breaks the uh, rudimentary command of just doing their work.
Okay, sorry. I just want to give a shout out to Ronnie for stopping by. Thanks for
Thanks,
stopping by,
Ronnie.
man. Hang in there. He's working on a really cool horror comic that is worth checking out as well. Ronnie Gunter. That's pretty awesome and actually pretty heavy. It's funny. I have a good friend who works. He's pretty high up at Facebook now, and it's weird because he's a guy I grew up with. And we were in like junior high, like 7th grade. We're friends, so he's one of those like lifelong friends who just kind of worked his way up the corporate ladder from like started literally in a mobile home, and then just with like 5 brothers and a single mom, and is now like way high up at Facebook and living in a very nice house in Northern California. But it's like I remember one time he was talking to me about algorithms because he analyzes a lot of them for his job, and he was saying that the thing that's problematic about like the regulations for algorithms are it's self-learning AI, and so a lot of what Facebook ends up doing that it'll get in trouble for, like they don't even know that it's going to do, because it's like it's literally it's kind of doing its own thing. And then they're kind of catching it, like going, oh well, we got to fix that. So they're kind of catching the code after it's already kind of out there doing its thing. I thought that was weird and kind of interesting and very human, and way less nefarious than I would have assumed, although that's what he's telling me. Who knows? Maybe it goes deeper and darker.
He's got to keep some of those trade secrets, so it won't be off by Zuckerberg if that were to come out.
But I just thought that was interesting in the sense of like, obviously I don't know the details and all of that, and he didn't get any specifics, but it's just one of those. It's an interesting thing thinking about automated intelligence just kind of adapting in its own way. That's fascinating, I don't know, rambling. But
there's a good introductory book called If Then by Tina Butcher when it comes to algorithms with power and politics, and it goes to like a great exploration of the algorithm of Facebook when it comes to discern information.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
If there's like a little book on that you want, that's a recommendation.
Nice. I am one of those people I'm technically very like I'm good with software and hardware. I'm an idiot. So I like when it comes to things like coding, it just blows my mind and boggles my mind a bit.
I like it. It's calming. Way calming than actually drawing for some reason.
Nice.
From my end, that is. I started dabbling into it. I started dabbling into it like in September, and since then I've been like hooked into like learning how to code properly. Though I'm a very shitty coder. Well, I can only code base HTML. That's all.
Oh, okay. Well, that's way more than I can do. I can play at coding CSS, but that's usually just back when I was using a WordPress site, it was more like stealing CSS code and then just kind of figuring out what it does by trial and error.
That's sort of like the way that I'm doing too with the CSS that I'm trying to implement. It's sort of like trial by thefting.
Exactly. but it's just one of those things where you'd be like, I don't know, maybe if I change this, something will happen, and then like, oh, okay. I feel like to have it down properly, you'd have to have like a fluency with it. But I also would imagine when you're learning it, it's like there's going to be a lot of just bumbling around, kind of like when I first learned Photoshop. Like there were things I didn't know, and then every discovery was like, oh, like I can do that. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
um, or like learning a language where like at first you're like awkwardly able to maybe like ask like where the restroom is or something, and then
Mm-hmm.
eventually you're able to exchange a little more dialogue. That's how I imagine it goes. My wife can speak 2 languages, I can't. So um, I always envy that too, like the ability for people to be bilingual. I actually think that's part of why I probably would never really be good at coding, is the fact that like I think had I learned a different language effectively and been able to use that part of my mind, I might actually be better at learning another. Um, Whereas like learning, like being stuck in one and being so comfortable with just being stuck in one, I think that might be just part of like that part of my brain may have just not developed. That's my excuse for not learning that stuff. But that sounds really fascinating. Um,
Then again,
so
the brain crystallizes over time too, so it becomes more difficult to learn new things too. So there is some like comfort in that. You don't have to be a world chess master at the age of 35 or 40, or like that you have to like make a compiler and all that stuff too. I'm satisfied with what I know and what I can improve on
yeah.
of my knowledge. I'm bilingual, but it brings on its own set of challenges. Since I'm communicating primarily in English, I tend to lose a lot of my native tongue in that process too.
Oh wow.
So
Yeah.
there's definitely like a lot of challenges when it comes to uphold both quality and quantity, like the vocabulary and
Yeah.
the amount of words that you can store in your brain at the time. There's like this, I think it's this pop psychological thing that you can only store 150 words or something in your brain at
Hmm.
any given moment
Hmm.
that you commonly refer to or use. But I'm not so sure about that.
I don't know about that, but I do think there's some limitations because like my wife grew up and she spoke really fluent Japanese and then English,
Mm-hmm.
and now it's like she's a little rusty at the Japanese, but she can do it very fluently. She can definitely understand it, but it's just it's one of those things of like I do think because she primarily speaks in English, like she's lost a little bit of the fluency. So I do think there's some truth to it, but I don't know about like, I don't know if, I think the interesting thing about the science of the brain too is like the limitations
Mm-hmm.
um, of it. Although it's interesting to think about like to think about the limits of what people know, but at the same time, like the great wealth of what they know in regard to that, like compared to 10 years ago or something.
Yeah, definitely.
Um, so that's cool. So what made you go into media studies, and how far are you on that path?
I'm an academic failure by by nature. So I'm currently retaking a lot of subjects. Right now it's just two. Luckily, I passed my bachelor's, so I'm done with that at
Oh, that's
least.
good.
Um, Now it's just like make up for lost points that I need to in order to like graduate fully.
Okay.
Um, but I've always been terrible at school. Never
So how
been.
does that work with like in Norway? Is it a similar system? Like what I'm sure it's different. I guarantee it's different because I think the amount of years of schooling are different, and then I would just assume like because I, this has been my experience, like as speaking to people who live in that part of the world, but it sounds to me like the quality of the education is a little bit higher than here, but maybe not.
No, I
Maybe
wouldn't
that's a
say
grass
that
is
because
greener. Um, so like, how does that work? Like, do you have like the equivalent of like high school, like that kind of stuff. Like how all does that work? Like at what point in life do you kind of start college basically as a, I don't know.
So those that choose to go to college and university is generally at the age of 18, 19,
Yeah.
depending
Okay.
on how old or when you were born at the year.
Okay.
We do have that same sort of like system with school, middle school, and high school.
Okay.
It's just named differently, and the grades in that system here is vastly different from the American ones. And the quality of education, contrary to popular belief, it will be varied depending on if it's a public or private. So if you're going to like a public university, for instance, you'll have more of like a common curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be like an open access thing, more or less. Contrast to private that focuses more on the on like a or like trade school sort of like style of learning.
Okay, so it sounds actually remarkably similar to the U.S. like in that sense, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
the grading is the same, and the but the quality of your education will largely depend on what type of thing that you want to do post college and post university. For
yeah,
me, I'll probably not have any advantage whatsoever aside from just dumping a lot of like knowledge that I've been pumping my money into,
yeah,
and sort of try to extrapolate from that and use it to my advantage when it comes to the marketing or the communications efforts that I want to do with comics.
yeah,
Uh, Not only on social media, but um, in the same vein, in like wanting to expand the medium
yeah,
for like the digital age, because there's been I hang around with a lot of people that tries to appease both digitally, but at the same time they want to stick to the physical aspect of the media, and that's sort
yeah.
of not my intention, because it
Mm,
seems that we are heading towards an age, and generally this is sort of like how that wheel goes, that wheel of time.
mm-hmm.
um that we're going to see a major shift. We call this remediation.
Okay.
Um, it is sort of replacing the medium
Mm-hmm.
and the way that we do our visual arts expressions, and have to sort of like adapt to towards what it becomes generally the mainstay,
Yeah,
and
that makes
sort of
sense.
wanting to be hungry. Wanted to be hungry to catch catch both the old and the new type of like audience. Put yourself in a more of like a conundrum if who are you going to pander to.
Yeah,
But we're living in an attention economy, and the best thing about that is that we can focus more on the niche and have sort of more like an author based created popularity, rather than to dedicate yourself to genres and stuff. Although that you
yeah,
can still do genre, it is not beneficial to think that you're going to be working in a bullpen of any company. Rather, you should be more of like a self-sufficient type,
yeah,
and try to do a lot of like learning. And if you are young, you should grab the opportunity to like learn how to do all these things and knickknacks already from a younger age. Like me, I was late to it. I'm
yeah.
26.
Okay.
Uh, I didn't enter college until I was like 22, 23.
That's
uh,
pretty similar to my story. Like, I spent like the first few years out of high school playing in bands and working at like a mini mart, you know, trying to be a rock star for a little bit.
mhm.
And so like I was definitely late to the college game too, which has mixed advantages, you know, because it's like you have the disadvantage of being late to it. You have the advantage of like I think generally you're a little more serious about it when you go, whereas you're like surrounded by like young kids who are just like, yeah, let's party, and you're like, yeah, I kind of done that. Like, I actually want to learn some stuff, you know?
Yeah, you're dead on. You're dead on that. In the way that I approached it from like day one, I
Yeah.
wanted to be more in that headspace that I want to take it more seriously. But
Yeah.
since I didn't have any output to do it through, because I
Yeah.
was sort of like lost in the way of like identity crisis and depression and shit.
Yeah.
Not not to mention the whole like fire incident that happened in the apartment.
Yeah. That's horrifying. Like, I just can't
Uh,
believe, like, that to me is so hard to recover from. I've lost work in the past, and, um, you know, for different reason, but it's like, that's just something. Yeah. I'm sorry you went through that, man. That's
Oh, I didn't
rough.
lose anything, fortunately. So that's good. But it left like a very, very big impression of where I want to go in life too.
Yeah.
And I just like reverted back to comics because I started to like heavily invest myself into reading comics, and during the time when I was hopping from hotel to hotel for about 6 months, and yeah, just like the thought of, hey, why can't I do it?
Hmm.
Sort of kick started the whole like, I'm gonna make a financial plan for myself, and I'm gonna make I'm gonna try to build a future
Hmm.
where whereas I can like sustain for myself and not being dependent on other people.
Hmm.
In that vein, that I can still rely on people. I have to if I want readers.
Hmm.
Don't get me wrong, but I wanted to be my own kind of boss because I cannot see myself being working behind like a desk or working 9 to 5. I want to give it my all 24/7 if I can provide that service. Plus, I'm autistic, so I won't be popular in the pecking order.
Oh, that's so fascinating. That's come up like multiple times on here. I feel like we almost like find our own or something. Because it's like, I definitely have. I don't think it's like severe autism. I think I have functional autism, but I definitely, I've become convinced that I'm probably about, you know, yeah, I mean, I'm about like 98% sure that I'm autistic, from having to read the material and going through that with my son, where it's like, the more I've learned about him, and his autism,
Mm-hmm.
uh, the more I'm just like, but that's normal, right? And then my wife is like, no, that's not how most people are, you know. And I'm like, I've just, you know, I've lived in an era, like I grew up in an era where that wasn't a word, you know, and
Mm-hmm.
people didn't understand what that was. So it's been fascinating to kind of find out more about it, and realize, like, I think a lot of that might have a lot to do with like some of my struggles when I was younger. Um, yeah, it's interesting because I've gone both routes. Right now, I'm like a in-house guy. Um, and then Adam just said, he could tell you were autistic. That makes three of us at least. So it's a little.
Thanks, Adam. It makes me feel comfortable that I'm not in lone company. And thank you, Josh.
Yeah, but it's like, it's interesting because I've gone both ways professionally. Um, I worked in house for a little bit when I first got out of college. I got like an in-house illustration job. Various jobs before that, but like the first like art job, uh, uh, other than like the one before that, that was like peeling ruby lith film for
Mm-hmm.
screen prints for like these giant, canvas tents. um,
Oh.
but that was just like a grunt production position. But the first like in-house like job where I was creating was at an education company that's pretty well known. Um, and I worked in house there, and then eventually had a point where I kind of flipped off the art director and left.
Mm-hmm.
Because I couldn't stand the whole office thing and commuting, and from that point on I just worked, for myself doing freelance. um, and there's people who say they do freelance, and then there's people who like do freelance. Like, it's weird, like by freelance I mean like not like I picked up a job here and there. I mean like that was my sole bread and butter. Like, it fed me and kept a roof over my head for 15 years, you know. um, but then I like kind of equivalent to what you were saying. I realized from doing that, like I still had clients, and I still had to draw stuff I didn't want to draw, and then even when I did want to draw stuff, I still had to answer to somebody else, you know. And so, and I found I didn't really have the time to work on comics as much as I thought I would in that lifestyle. So I went the opposite, where I went like really non-corporate, and then I had luckily racked up like different achievements through that experience and like some pretty significant clients and stuff like that. So that when I went back and was looking for in-house stuff, I could actually apply as an art director. And so that's where I'm at now, is like I work in-house for a company as an art director. And it's weird because it's like I still miss freelance, and I still miss this sort of self-management part. But it also gave me a really huge appreciation for stuff like vacation time and sick time, where it's like I had gotten so used to like you don't get paid vacation when you're your own boss. Like you can walk out anytime and like go to a movie or do whatever you want like throughout the day, as long as you produce and deliver, which is cool. But at the same time, if you have like a looming deadline, like you're not you know, it's not like you can be like, oh, I'm going to take off and do vacation for, you know. So I don't know. It's like a mixed bag, but it definitely, I think what you're describing sounds like a noble thing to pursue. And I think if you can build it with your own brand, where it's your own product, and I definitely think it's worth pursuing. I also think what you're talking about with like the sort of adaptability is a smart idea too, where it's not like this day and age you can just go work in a bullpen doing comics.
Yeah.
And then it depends on what kind of comics you're doing, because a lot of comics just like, you know, I mean, DC just laid off like half their in-house staff, like because of COVID, you know, but a lot of those jobs probably aren't going to come back when things reopen, because the more they can kind of outsource and have people working from home, like it's just less overhead for them. So, but I do love the idea and vision of a world where creators are actually making stuff all over the place, like as opposed to like just one genre, you know, where they're stuck, like, you know, working on only superhero comics. Or I don't know, I'd love to see more comic creators kind of just sort of broadening what they're working on.
Yeah, that's sort of like a whole basket in of itself. You know, I've been hanging a lot with Americans in particular.
Nice.
And the way that I experience is that a lot of the indie is still focusing. Let me see what Corey's saying. In-house comics does not seem like a viable career anymore. Definitely.
Sorry, there's one out there.
Yeah.
Adam's,
I hope you can take that as a compliment, Jake. You're clearly extremely intelligent and articulate. Yeah, thanks, man. I'm not considering myself in any capacity articulate or well thought nor well thorough. I'm often half baked, and I only know what I know. You know.
Yeah. And then Night Gang. Sorry, just
Night Gang.
throwing that out. Yeah, I mean, I think you seem like a deep thinker, though, in the sense of like thinking about things. And I think it's kind of unfortunate, but I feel like societally we've gotten to a point where people who think like to think, whether they think well or not, you know, they just like to think. It's almost like an abnormal thing. And I think that's strange that we've gotten to that point. I don't know.
Well, there's a way to like think, and then there's a way to be opinionated on things, and there's a lot of opinion that feeds into things. As I often say that this to my close ones, that being opinionated is it's just like a temporary stop point at a thought, or like a deep thought.
Yeah.
Before you start to think a little bit more thoroughly about your points and stances. this goes into generally everything that you do in life, where it would be education, faith, financials, and all that stuff, and it sort of ties into the way that you look at the world through politics and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is that a lot of people seem to be very standoffish when it comes to listening to other people and what they have to say in regards of wanting to be steadfast in their approach and not wanting to bicker. Bicker off their point that they're already made up. And that differentiation of having opinion versus thought seemed to me that they don't really engage with enough people that are having thorough conversations.
Yeah, for sure.
They seem to be more apprehensive of that and want to like throw all these points that they've already made up. But this is the whole like problem that comes with media, and pisses me off most notably, because I'm studying this stuff from like that sideline of seeing that people are making up their mind as they go about certain things. In particular, you can see that as a case example when it comes to Twitter, that people seem to be brazen about their or taunting about their opinions and wide beliefs when begged to like expand on them. They seem to like have like a poor time to properly communicate that. That is sort of like a shame that people have become so desensitized to wanting to explore those like facilities of your mind, and in the way that you want to create like healthy discourse and healthy democracies. Because when ignorance rules, often it would often entail bliss, which will lead into more of that whole apathy thing. And apathy, I think, also stems from boredom. If people are so caught up in this whole issue of this and that, and not having anything going on about their life the way that they want to like change it. And I'm a big advocate for like changing your perception about things and changing the way that you live for like a better life in a way. If you don't have anything going on around you and you're finding that you're spending a whole day bickering about like made up points to other people, it's no wonder that people are stuck in their own head and their own mind space and all that stuff. And it's just feeding into that insanity of not wanting to change.
I love that. I really love the way you're wording that, because I think like I don't think of myself as like a very intelligent person. I definitely think of myself as somebody who likes to think through issues. And I think one of the main things that I find in common with people of all walks of life and all levels of education that I can get along with is the ability to have a good faith conversation that can play devil's advocate for a bit. And like, I feel like if you can't, and that might've been partially just how I grew up. Like, cause I literally grew up in a family that did devil's advocate, like on anything. So I'd be like, oh, I'm happy about this book. I really like this book. Well, why'd you like the book? And you're like, well, I don't know. I just liked it. Well, okay. So I shouldn't read it then. And you're like, well, no, I mean, I liked it because, and, or like my dad used to like to actually, like play the opposite. And he'd be like, I hated that book, even though I knew he liked the book too. But then he'd take the approach from like, oh, well, I hated that book, so let's talk about it. I'll tell you why it was terrible, Anyhow, point being, I grew up around that a lot and that kind of thinking. And so for me to meet people who can't do that, can't explain like the reasoning for liking something or their reasoning for coming to like a political decision or a philosophical decision, or just acknowledge like their own faults in thinking, where it's like, it's rare to meet somebody who's just like, I don't know about something and comfortable with saying that. I don't know. It's, to me, those things seem like important things that I'd like to see people more comfortable with. But I do agree. There's like a boredom and a sort of a like almost like a stuck in a rut kind ofness to a lot of people, where it's like they don't want to challenge assumptions or beliefs because that might actually force like a change in their life, or a change in like the kind of the mainstream and stuff. Frank was saying Jake is on the stream. I
Oh
like this
no.
channel.
Hey Frank. Good morning.
Is Frank like your
Or
nemesis or something?
no. We're great. We're great pals, me and Frank.
Yeah, Frank's a good dude.
I love the guy. I like to have I like to have a quesada with him.
Nice.
Is it quesada or quinzada? I don't remember. A meal, at least.
Love it.
Yeah, the inertia of thinking, or like not wanting to think, it can be a little bit troubling, especially when you try to talk with people, and try to explore a subject together, and see it from alternative angles rather than like this linear kind of thinking. I reserve linear thinking more to boomers, because they're raised in a totally different thinking environment. A lot of the older generations, pre-Gen X, struggles to find a footing in order to communicate with younger people, and it will probably happen to us too, to a more crazier degree. But I'm willing to say that I'm wrong on all of my spoutings and all of these like things that I'm making up, because at the end of the day, you can only navigate the world so far as what you have experienced and what you can sort of graph out with information that is most importantly vetted by professionals.
Yeah.
But just willingness to not put your foot first and say that, or claim that you're right. That is sort of like a lost form of art, in a sense.
Yeah, that's interesting. I always feel slightly lost on the generational divide, because I'm like right between like basically millennials and Gen X. I'm like the last year, I think, of Generation X. And so it's like I feel sort of like I relate to Generation X a lot, but I don't fully relate. And I relate to millennials a lot, but I don't fully relate. I'm like one of those in between folks who didn't really, it's like
Same.
kind of on the teeter totter of the generations. So I can kind of see the strengths and weaknesses of a lot of it, but navigate both styles of communication. But it is hard to relate to boomers quite often, because of just a very different world that they kind of grew up in, and sort of society they had. And then I think there are certain people within that generation who want to cling to some old habits and stuff that are really detrimental and hurt, societies. And then just also there was a way I think about life at that time that I don't think has existed for Generation X or after, which is like that kind of, you could work for a company and like kind of get your pension, and like you sort of have this like company mindset where it's like that was kind of a possibility then, and
the salary head.
Yeah, and that's kind of less and less of a possibility. Like even if you're in a position like I am, where it's like, I work as an art director, I am a salaried employee, it's got its perks and stuff like that, but it's like working in creative for as long as I do, I don't view that like a lot of people from the boomer generation might have, where they're like, oh, this is my family, like it's like, no, this is a business, and like because it's in the creative market, it could disappear tomorrow. It's not like I'm not going to put all my eggs in that basket, and if I did, I think I'd be being kind of naive and foolish, because it's like there's just no world where like that kind of thing is going to happen in a workplace. Like at least I personally think, like, if I were to give advice to like a creative entering a professional age, that would be like a big one.
Yeah, we're heading towards like a hardcore gig economy. That has been sort of like in a transference from that whole like service sector lifestyle,
Yeah.
um, which which worries me because I might be I'm an in betweener, as you said. I'm like late on the tail end of like being a millennial and a Gen Z,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm probably going to be experiencing that toll of that whole economic transference. And so that I have to like work into my late 70s, late 80s if I live that long, if I don't consume all the kinds of energy drinks that I'm that I'm slogging through just to like to make deadline,
Mm-hmm.
and all the unhealthy food that I'm eating. I'm not gonna have a wife, unfortunately, so it's a detriment to myself that I'm staying bachelor, because if I don't get that green, I'll be screwing myself more over. But yeah, the whole economy is going to be fucked, to be honest.
No, that's totally true.
There is no like there's no pretty bow to wrap around this whole subject.
Yeah, it's a really strange area we're heading into, and Corey's saying some pretty interesting stuff here too. He was saying our thinking is less immediately life threatening now than it used to be. In the past, being wrong was physically threatening. But
Oh
what's
yeah.
interesting is I wonder how much of that's going to come back, in the sense of, like, I remember growing up, like my grandparents were really strange to me, and I grew up poor, but it was still strange having grandparents who, like, they were like obsessive about like leftover food. They were
Mm-hmm.
obsessive about like saving the grease from like when you cooked, like that kind of stuff. And it was like this ingrained, like, no, don't throw that box away, like you can use that, that kind of thing. That I think was a result of just having lived through the depression. um, and now I'm realizing, like, our generations that are going through all this madness right now are probably going to have very similar ticks to like the generation during the depression, except we don't have that tick with the promise of like some sort of, like I said, pension or retirement, or honestly, like, we'll be lucky if we even have sort of government assistance, like as we get older. Um, there's things that generation had that we don't, but we're still getting all the downsides of having to
Yeah.
kind of go through like a literal global event that's,
Yeah.
um, which is just fascinating to me. So, and then Corey was saying older generations had a biological imperative to appear right all the time. I guess that's true. I also would say I don't know if that's like a unique thing to like younger generations, the ability of appearing not right, because I definitely think people across the board that I've met have this fear of sort of accepting fault or accepting being wrong. It's not something I see really commonly. I don't know if that makes sense, but
No, I get you where you're coming from
yeah.
in that regard. I think for younger people, it has to do with a lot of the conditions that they're putting into, and if you have been raised on communicating online, as well as having like a closed like bubble like day to day living, it sort of conditions you to be more upright about yourself and being a little bit more standoffish and come off as a what do we call a better knower, besserwisser,
Mm-hmm.
for some, and it just uh, it further incentivizes, for instance, narcissists into living that whole facade. because a lot of the
Hmm.
social mask right now
Hmm.
consists of three things in the current year. We got the persona, which is hiding our true selves. We got the communication through the digital mask, and then we have, of course, the face mask because we don't want to get infected.
Hmm.
We're wearing a lot of masks now, and there's a lot of authenticity that becomes sort of people aren't trained probably enough into authenticity or come off as honest in some avenues. Like
Got
I'm
it.
very upfront about my information and to the way that I feel comfortable about it. But the problem I'm facing is that I don't have a lot of like-minded people that can be. Although that I'm appearing with a fake name for the sake of my identity, it is still a part of me in a sense.
Yeah.
I'm just vetting it through that lens because I want to have the author rather than the real Jake speak
Yeah.
to these things.
That makes sense. Do you do your art under a pseudonym as well?
Yeah, Jake Twister.
Nice. That's awesome. So that's like across the board.
Yeah,
That's a pretty smart idea. I've thought about that. I thought about that long ago before kind of delving into this whole thing. And
it was my.
it's an interesting decision, I think, to make, like, and good to think about because, like I said, for me, it was sort of thinking about the type of art I want to do, and like, unfortunately, like, me being anonymous when doing it just isn't really an option, because I'm doing really blatantly confessional autobio stuff, and it's like that kind of requires a little bit.
Yeah, but
But
you're selling yourself, and that's a commendable thing. I appreciate that there are people that do about autobiographies that tries to uh, try to get more close into touching the human condition from a grounded perspective, rather than to cover it in fantasy all the time.
yeah, but I do think there's advantages to both. And what's funny is
Mm-hmm.
sometimes you can get at more truth outside of autobio than you can in it. And so
Yeah,
it's like kind of weird, but it's like, what's going to have a bigger impact on culture, like a Pixar film or, like, the art house movie that four people watch. Um, like,
hey, I'll be one of them. Okay.
no, and hey, I'm one of them, and I'm potentially like one of the guys making them. So it's
Hey.
like, um, but it's like, but I love that stuff. But at the same time, it's like, sometimes doing the kind of the high end stuff isn't always necessarily like the most honest either. It's weird because I can be honest, but because I'm bound to truth, like, I feel really convicted about, like, I need to actually tell, like, as close to truth as I can.
Yeah.
um but that binding actually kind of limits some of the exploration you can do too. So I actually think there's a place for both. And I love the idea of playing with pseudonyms and stuff too, because I don't know, like, so my friend Kevin, for instance, years ago, uh, this is like back when we used to do a podcast called Big Illustration Party Time, like very
Yeah.
back in the day. And he had created this alternate version of his illustration career that was going to do like pinup girls. And he had the pseudonym Artie Slammo,
I like
which
that.
I thought was just hilarious as like an idea. Um, and I actually, to me, I'm like, I would be open to doing that. But the only advantage I'd say to, like, not having a pseudonym is you can kind of build a brand, and then, like, once again, kind of try to build a cult of personality around yourself. But you can do the same with the pseudonym. So I don't know. If I were to do it over, I might have started with a pseudonym, but who knows?
It feels more comfortable trying to. I guess I picked a pseudonym primarily because of the age that we're living in.
Yeah.
In the way that It feels less restrictive to sort of like I mean, you got to take it from a place of like an authentic place
Yeah.
in the products. But when you're using a pseudonym, you will not be held to like statute of limitation
Yeah.
in some cases. But there is an element that makes it more creatively free in the way that I wanted. I'm sorry I have to do it to you, Josh, but I'm an atheist.
That's okay.
So
I was an atheist for like 20, close to 20 years. So you will
yeah,
not shock me with
yeah,
atheism.
it is not like those rampant redditors like atheist type of like milady tip hat tip fedora.
Yeah.
Uh,
I
um,
might have been more on the Redditor, like, debating Christians, like furious atheists
yeah,
sides of things. That's where I was when I was. So
yeah, but it sort of like stems from more like the human. I primarily see it from like a humanitarian way that I see equal. I see that the world is equally shit and equally wonderful, and through the pseudonym, I want to create works that aren't in particular favor for a lot of people.
yeah,
But I wanted to reflect that in a sort of like a safe manner.
yeah, that
And
makes
media
sense.
is sort of like that way that there's this whole like basket that I want to like dive into with you, man. But primarily, I should probably just stick to my core message in the way that I want to show them through meditating these upon the dilemma, the morality, the dilemmas, and the complexities of our human existence, because there seem to be a lot of media that doesn't appeal to or want to cater to an audience that specifically talk about the gray issue matters,
Hmm.
or get as much attention as they should get when it comes to, for instance, fiction that takes it to like a high concept, but in such like a fantastical manner that it will rebound and make people think. Uh, it's just like you're arranging the puzzles in a
Yeah,
sense. And I'm very fed up and tired of comics not being seen as the thing they are. They're an art form,
hmm,
and I wanted to like provide a sort of like sense, or like instill a sense that there is a an art to it. It's
yeah,
not the way that you want to like ascribe it to.
yeah,
And just like having those like pragmatisms built into my work.
yeah,
I could never do that through my real name, because I will catch a lot of flack, and associations will be flying left and right. And I'm coming from a culture that is vastly different from like an American culture. So if
yeah,
we were to be landing here, I would have caught a lot more shit due to our our norms and customs.
mm,
But I'm not appealing to any reader base on a real sense, because I'm catering to people on the internet.
hmm,
I don't I don't want to chase that dragon of appealing to a mass market in the real world. I want to make it so that I can provide to whoever that wants to come to see that boat being built
hmm,
online, rather, because it feels more appealing to find common with people that way, rather than to having to cater into like different things before you can actually start producing your own work, like in your 40s and 50s. If you can start while you're 20 or 30,
hmm,
you'll have a leg up in that you can sort of expand into those deeper cognitive territories that will make your that will like sort of expand your way of thinking, the way of the craft, and all that stuff.
hmm,
Not building rep that old traditional way, but that you build your rep, um, uh, be it infamous or famous from a younger age.
hmm,
It's not like an ego ideal.
yeah,
I'm
No,
trying
that makes
to.
sense.
I need to keep that like in check every time or every step that I'm doing. So it's good for people to like call me out and all that stuff. I don't mind when I overstep or like think too abstractly for them to comprehend.
Yeah, I mean, I actually like think that's all pretty valid. It's like to me, I think first off, like I do want to bring up the atheism note because it's like I can like most people I know who are Christian, like even though I am, it's like I can argue them into a hole, you know, because
Mm-hmm.
I was an atheist. So it's like I don't. I tend to not take the tack of like that I'm going to convince anyone. Like weirdly enough, like I'll discuss any philosophical conversation or whatever. But it's like I'm not really out to like sort of make converts or whatever because I definitely think it's kind of an irrational thing, like weirdly enough, that I believe. So it's like I don't
Mm-hmm.
really expect to rationally convince someone. Um, on like a note of like just sort of like art, treating comics as an art form and kind of using that as a way to kind of build stories or build out philosophies or even a practice like sort of philosophy like in action kind of I think that's a great idea. And the nice thing is if you start at a young age you end up with like a catalog. So
Mm-hmm.
like even while I'm working on this graphic novel it's like I have a graphic novel that's finished that's just kind of sitting there that I could do whatever I want with, you know. Um, and it's kind of cool to have like two in my like one published and then one in my back pocket in case I ever want to put it out.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and actually, that's the book I wrote when I was an atheist. So it's like it's an interesting. I actually think that would be, and it deals with a lot of like philosophy and stuff like that. So it's like it's an interesting thing, but I definitely think the practice of doing it as early as you can is good. I think the idea of like oddly enough, I've had a harder time with publishers and stuff like that since becoming a Christian than I ever had as an atheist, and it's partially because if I talk about my belief system, like people in mainstream publications like want to run because it's like, oh crap, this guy's making chick tracts, which is not what I'm trying to make, right? I'm not trying to
Yeah.
make those. But it's like that's the instant assumption. And then if I go to Christian publishers, they're like, oh, he says shit in his work. Like he uses language and like has people drinking and like, you know, they're just like, we can't publish this. We only publish like Thomas Kincaid type crap where it's like painting pretty cottages,
Oh
which is
yeah.
weird to me because if you're serious about, you know, your religious beliefs, like you should believe in total depravity. And like the idea that like a depiction of that is like important if you're talking about faith, right? But it's like this weird I feel like a man without a country, honestly, with what I believe, because it's like it's sort of like weird because I don't particularly think enough Christians are deep enough thinkers. Like and I think they should actually read more books by atheists. Um, you know, I just do. Um, it's smart to know what people think, and I also think they should be more aware of science. You know, so there's that. And then culturally, I just think what's being supported is pretty hideous from a lot of people claiming belief. You know, um, but I also think you know it's kind of like the same with like you know when I was an atheist I was pretty intolerant too, so it's like it's this
Mm-hmm.
weird thing where you know I don't know, it's an interesting thing, but I definitely think it's a good thing to be able to talk openly about, and especially if there's potential repercussions for what you're going to say. Having a pseudonym may not be a bad thing, you know, because it's like, yeah, I mean, luckily I'm not super concerned about like crazy blowback or repercussions, but you know, if they come, they come, I guess.
Yeah, it's for me. It's just like an added layer of protection. Like
Yeah,
I have a way of wanting to poke fun at different things, and for me, it's sort of like I see it as a sort of like a necessity nowadays because it seems that people When I talk about people, I talk very generally,
Yeah.
I don't aim to like any to mock or anything, but it seems
Yeah.
that the zeitgeist is very rigged against your stack, that you're against your favor if you were to come open about things. I have a lot of like things that I want to say.
Hmm.
That is already evidence enough with this stream, but
Hmm.
I do like I do have a lot of gripes with things. One of these things that I want to create is I mentioned this before in Indie Volt Radio. You can catch me there mostly
Oh,
through
nice.
Thursdays.
Nice.
If I ever get there in time. Um,
That's funny.
so
Russ Leach is a friend, and he actually told me to check out Indie Volt, which
yeah,
so I literally sent my comic to the competition just
yeah.
for the heck of
I
it.
I've talked with I talk with Russ now and then.
He's a
We're
good
great.
dude.
He's phenomenal. I read Only Death Can Save Us just recently, and I love it.
Mm.
That is like traditional. That is like traditional superhero comics, sort of done right with like that whole 2000 AD.
Yeah, he's
But
got absurd skill, like
yeah,
crazy skills.
although the lettering, not only the lettering on the book, but probably cut down a little bit on the dialogue, could have helped for the book. Just like my minor gripe on my end. Um, but back to like the point of the Indie Vault, I mentioned that I had like a project that I want to call Guantanamo Babes, and that book won't fucking fly because it's going to criticize prison systems, and it's going to be like presented in sort of like a Playboy-esque, sort of like those centerfold type of things. With like a small interview and all that stuff, just to play on like old media, like gentlemen's magazines.
Hmm.
But in that vein, I want to like aim at like that shock value. So I want to present historically throughout the ages different types of concentration camps and all that stuff, like the Russian Soviet mines and in Siberia, or the North Koreans, or like the Uyghurs in China right now,
Hmm.
and all that stuff cannot be properly expressed if you have like a real name attached to it, because people will be up in arms and just lambast you for even daring to think about it. And I will have probably not only human rights activists coming after me, I'll probably have like a lot of other angry people, feminists and all that stuff, because I'm explaining women and all that, because it's just going to be like a lot of uh, a lot of salacious like soft core pictures in a way.
Okay. So it's like
Not
exploitation stuff,
so
but like
it's very much like 70s grindhouse exploitation
yeah, yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
I love that genre, and I just don't see the reason why I can't do that. So I want to do it.
Yeah.
There's something that compels me to wanting to get into these things. I don't know why.
I understand that though. Like it's like so something that would be helpful with like a pseudonym is like I have long wanted to write like a book about like to find a person who left Scientology and do like a book that's, like an expose like of their life and kind of like all the weird, creepy, stalkery crap they had to deal with,
Mm-hmm.
like in getting out. Because living near LA, it's like you meet a ton of people who like may not talk publicly about it, but like have left that and had like a pretty harrowing experience, getting out of it.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, so it, but the problem is I'm not like famous enough to do that. Like it, now, if you had a pseudonym and it's a little harder to find out who you are, like that would be a big possibility of a book you could do. Or if you wanted to do like really raunchy humor or like test boundaries with people or like political satire, like there are things like that where it like makes perfect sense to have like a pseudonym because like once again you could get like like yeah dragged across like hot coals for for having a sense of humor and like that's not necessarily a great thing either, that like we live in an age where it's better to be kind of anonymous, but then again it also makes the art a little more subversive, right? Because it's like you're not really worried about your name being attached to it, so you can be a little more subversive with it. That's cool.
Yeah, less repercussions. And I think to savor that at least will also be the litmus test of truly seeing what type of like democracy or state of free speech that we're living in,
Yeah.
because there seem to be a lot of incentives that want to have people shutting up about things, and that I do not find tolerable wherever you're coming from, any aisle.
Yeah.
There's no rhyme or reason to wanting to not listen to anyone, because I find it immensely rewarding to find oppositions and try to talk with them.
Mhm.
I have a lot of communist friends, but I'm also friends with conservatives. I'm not concerning myself with being in the presence of like Christians or atheists or anything. It's just like I want to be in presence with a human. I want to be
Yeah.
there with I want to be with a person that can like converse and talk about deep things, and not being afraid to having to step out of like line and get into like weird territory, as you might call it. But I won't be doing it right now because of restrictions. Of course, we can't all be like free to do that here on this platform called YouTube. Thank God, with them gods. It's just that it feels way more soothing when you can have like these sessions with people, because
Mhm.
then they would sort of like open themselves more and more. And I think that you're doing an excellent job right now, like having me on, because I'm just spilling my guts all over the place right now, and I'm just rolling up my Torah of like troubles. uh,
I like
and
it
that
though. I like to me I like talking to people like that. The one time I've ever like muted somebody on this channel was like it was a guy who like he was a misogynist, and I
I
honestly
heard of
don't.
that.
Yeah, I don't
I
even mind
Catch me up
talking.
on that.
Yeah, so I don't even mind talking to somebody who's a misogynist. I've met plenty. I grew up in like a pretty like very like right wing area, so it's like it's not unusual to meet like guys that are pretty far on that side of the field. And so but the problem was like he wasn't engaging in a good faith conversation, and that's where I had to mute him. Was like he was just kind of repeating um and sort of cycling and venting, and I realized like the guy didn't really want a discussion or a conversation. Like that's kind of where I draw the line. It's like for me, if somebody wants to have a conversation and make things actually like like have a back and forth where they talk about stuff like that would be good. But yeah, I mean it became pretty abundantly clear because he sort of started as like somebody who sounded a little bitter about women, and it sort of went into this whole rant about how he didn't think they should work. He didn't think uh, they should be in the workplace. He didn't think like he thought they should be trained to be like mothers at home. It was this whole crazy thing. And then it turns out like, he was sort of revealing that it was like because he had this whole past with like sounds like a bad ex-wife or something, and like some bitterness, and then it sounded like his life didn't really work out too well, so he's kind of blaming it on women, which is like one of those weird things, because I'm like, I'm not even like I wouldn't call myself like a hardcore feminist. I'd call myself a feminist in the sense of, and this is what I was trying to get from the guy, I was like, so if like I'm working somewhere and a woman's working somewhere and we both do the same job, do you think we should get paid equally? Because like that's where I'm a feminist. It's like I feel like, yeah, like if a woman can do my job and they're hired to do the same job I am, like they should be paid equal to what I'm paid. Like I have no problem with that. Um, and it was like that was kind of something he wouldn't even engage with. He just kind of jumped to like some other weird, like kind of right wing talking point. And like to me, that just seemed like it wasn't really a good faith conversation. And like that to me is where I like draw the line. So I have friends who are like right leaning, but the friends I tend to keep around me are people who can have good faith conversations. And it's like, because with bad faith conversations, you can't really get anywhere, like, I don't know if that makes sense, but
Yeah, when they
like,
become very recursive, and want
Yeah.
to repeat it or hammer like a point through and through, but they always like start a different point, but they always lead to the same like position.
Yeah.
Um, that I don't think is very healthy for any type of like conversation, because you want to you don't want to like dilly dally around. I am very much like a goal oriented type of engager when it comes
Mm-hmm.
to talking, and especially when it comes to things of like self discovery or psychology
Mm-hmm.
or comics, preferably comics. Uh, and I want to like make sure that the interlocutor that I'm with understands where I'm coming from, but at the same time, I'm open to listen to them, as well as we can try to exchange things so that we can understand and come together on like a middle ground, and
Mm-hmm.
not having to always bicker on and um, try to win, essentially, like treating it as it was like some debate that you were having at Yale or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it doesn't help you in the long run. I would think, by treating every interaction as a like a game of like a win to like your social positions or status. One of the
Yeah.
most toxic things that you can ever do to a person's tune is like shutting them down and just like, yeah, I'm right.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Fuck you.
that's my least favorite way to shut down a conversation. And like once again, it was just like in that scenario, it was like it just wasn't going anywhere. So the guy was like kind of just looking for a platform to just spew and not really engage. And like
Exactly.
that to me is where I draw the line. But anything beyond that, all right. So I'm gonna sneak out for like 2 seconds because this is like we're at the hour and 20 minutes mark.
Mhm.
And then we can get back into it. So pretty excited about this. And then we're getting a lot of good comments in the chats about like a constructive, thoughtful conversation
We do.
is good. And then we got Adam and Frank, and yeah, so this is pretty awesome. All right, so I'll be right back in about 2 seconds. So yeah, don't say anything crazy on the stream while I'm gone. Chats, let me know because I will. All right, be right back.
Chat, I'm hoping that you're having a wonderful day, and I appreciate that you can stick around and listen to me babble, because I don't have like a platform or any like YouTube channel to do this on. So whenever I get like the mic, I tend to be very, very rambly. So I have to apologize for that too. And if you want to see my progress, you can go to the Twitter sphere, and my
All
ad
right,
is.
I
I
love
was
it.
just promoting. I'm sorry.
What's up? Self
I was just
promoting?
Yeah, I was self promoting.
Go for it.
Go to Twitter at J, big capital J and big capital T, and Twister, but with a V instead of W. You'll find me there and I'll post my art there on a frequent or infrequent basis. Depends,
I
really.
love it. Yeah, your art's pretty awesome from what I've seen. So I'm pretty excited to see the finished product and see how it kind of comes out. I also think that anthology and what you guys are doing, um, is pretty cool. I know it's like it's somehow connected with Marshall. So how did that happen exactly? Because Marshall's like an old buddy
I'm
of
not an
mine.
historian on the AAA, and
You aren't?
Uh, I
Oh.
wish I did flirt with that idea, actually, of like making a documentary series with different interviews. Like
Hmm.
I want to be like there with the person, like talk about their comics creations and their processes and all that stuff. Like
Hmm.
have like a profile interview, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of like my biggest wishes that I really want to get into. Like I want to talk with like Frank up and close, like how's his life, how his like creations and all that stuff. Yeah, but the way that that I've understood it is that the AAA decided to go to like a go on to make like a workshop, um, and that workshop was to create a comic or create a comic submission so that you could send it in to the editor, which is Imperium Vol. Check his stuff out, or Peter Seckler, if you know how to spell it.
Okay.
Um, he's got like a cool ass like Adam Frankenstein comic on Lulu.com.
Oh,
So
nice.
type up Adam Frankenstein. Just make sure that it's Imperium Comics. Um, he edits the book. He edited the book and sort of like slapped it onto Lulu. And the first book was about superheroes, of course, and then people started to have an interest in trying to like keep that going in a sense. So currently now we're working on the third issue. There's been two. The first one was superheroes. The second one was pulp. The third one is going to be Cosmic Unknown. For the ones that didn't catch that the first time, as I mentioned it, and there's a holiday special where I made my debut that came out in December.
Nice. That's cool. So that was your first published comic?
Yeah, the one on the holiday special was my first ever published comic.
That's awesome. That's a good feeling too, to get your first work out there.
Yeah, so I can like credit myself that I'm actually a published author or
Right?
published artist. It feels
Yeah.
amazing that it feels like, I didn't ever know that I could notch this thing.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of weird, but the notches just kind of happen, and some of them are like really strange. I remember the first that kind of happened with my freelance career too, where like at first it's like I was mostly working as like nobody, like not that I'm somebody now, but it's like I was definitely like nobody had heard of me. And I was working for like an education company, just drawing like happy kids all day.
Mm-hmm.
And this was in my 20s as well, so it's like you and I probably would have been very similar, like philosophically and whatnot at the time too. But it's like I remember just being so furious from like drawing happy kids all day, because that just wasn't at the time like what I wanted to do. Because even at the time I was like, I'm never having kids, like that kind of stuff, like.
Oh yeah.
And what's funny is a friend of mine who was about my age that I used to hang out with on campus, that like like initially he was like one of my teachers. Actually, Chris in the chats knows him. This guy named Rick, but he used to tease me and be like, "You hate kids now, but when you have a kid, I'm gonna give you grief," because he's like, "You'll end up wanting a kid," and which is weird, but he was right. But anyhow, so I would go home and then I'd do these designs for Threadless, just subbing like everyone else at the time, and then I actually like got a win. And then I was like, what? And it was like viral online. So like for about a week, this is like in the heyday of Threadless. So it's like at the time, like it was on every blog, like all over Reddit, like, so within like a day, it's just like I'm nobody. And then suddenly like I'm like the front page of the internet for a while,
Yeah.
And that then like that opened the door to like having that repeat. And it was just like insane, just seeing that that happen. But like it is weird. I'm sure Chris could attest to this too, because like in an early art career, it's like you have no clients, and then you start getting clients, and then you start getting clients, and you want clients that are like Scholastic or Random House, and then like the next thing like you're 10 years in and you have worked for Scholastic and Random House, and a lot of it just happens like through just being at it for a while. And it's similar with like published work too. It's like, oh, that's how you get published, or like awards. You're like, you submit, and then every once in a while you actually get one. You're like, oh, that's how you become the award winning. Or like there's no like great hack to it, is my point. It's just kind of like, I think the hack is just doing it. And so like I think what you're describing is really encouraging and cool, because it's like, yeah, that's, for me, I remember that being a really enlightening thing, where I kind of viewed like published comics, like on this pedestal. And then I remember the first one I did, I was just like, oh, that's how people do them. It's just like a bunch of work. And then you just kind of do it. It's weird.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's a cool thing too. And it definitely, I think, I don't know. I think that's cool that you connected to that and made it and took the time to actually finish something too. Because there's a lot of people who just don't even do that. The bare minimum of just finishing.
Yeah, I got a lot. I'm in like in 100 days of making comics at the moment.
Yeah, me too. Technically,
So I'm just like pulling through tooth and nail whatever I can like muster. So I'm spending a lot of time like cooking. But yeah. The way that I'm like approaching it right now is
sorry, real quick. What day are you on?
I'm on day 29 or 30.
Oh, nice.
Cool. Yeah, the like the amassment of work, I kind of want to like do that, not to prove myself, but it's just like to instill my my working discipline, because I'm I'm terribly bad at being like a disciplined like working type. And I find that to be like a great helper for myself, really. But at the same time, I want to amass like a library, so that I have something to show for, rather than to like be, oh, you've done like just a little bit. No, I've actually been published, and I do have a lot of things to show for it too.
Yeah,
I'm not pulling your leg when I say that I want to do this for my life. I've had I haven't had like a lot of opposition when it comes to doing creative work. Thankfully, my
good.
parents haven't like tried to disengage that whole thing with me. They know that I have a goal in mind, and they know how thorough I am thinking about it all the time.
Nice.
Because that's the only thing that's on my mind.
Yeah.
Not school, unfortunately, but yeah, hey. And I'm just not. I'm a little bit all over the place, but it's because I've been awake a lot of hours too. So
yeah, and you're working too. Don't worry. Like, so the nice thing about this stream, and this is the thing I love about this stream, honestly, is that it's just one of those. Frank was saying, we love batteries. Apparently, about
we're really into batteries.
Yeah, so that's just one of those things. Have you seen that? Speaking of like threadless too, there was like one of my favorite designs was a salt and battery. It was a battery and a thing of salt. Anyhow, but yeah, like this stream is really casual, so don't worry. Like it's like I literally, I mean, you've watched it, so it's like I will be mid-sentence and then have to like correct something I drew and just completely switch topic instantly. So it's not a problem to kind of meander and bounce around. Plus I'm like I said, I'm slightly autistic, so I don't mind the kind of bouncing. So curious, out of curiosity, like what made you an atheist, or makes you an atheist currently? And why do you say atheist and not agnostic? Because I guarantee you're probably agnostic.
No, I have a lack of belief. That's like the differentiation that I want to like make clear as day when it comes to speaking of that whole topic.
Mm-hmm.
I have naturally had the inclination that there is nothing. That makes the existential dread a little bit more potent, but at the same time, it's a great motivator for me to like start working more efficiently, because yeah, I guess I can like talk a little bit openly about it, and it's also like a touchy subject for a lot of people when it comes to sacrifice, in that I don't want children.
Yeah, that's okay. So funny. Sorry, I'm not saying
there's a lot of repeating things here, probably from your youth too.
Yeah, what's weird is it's not funny because it's like funny. It's just interesting because it definitely. I feel like I'm talking to me from like 10 years ago. Yeah. I know we're all different, and I know you have your story, so I want to hear it. But I just think that's an interesting overlap.
Yeah. So, what really feeds me into not believing in anything, regardless, is because I've seen what belief does to somebody.
Yeah.
Um, that is not a negative thing. It's neither a positive thing. It's an indifference because I understand it to be a not a human error, but a sense of like wanting to have a place in the world and wanting to see oneself um, as like someone that can find community and spirit with other people. That
Mm.
is a beautiful thing when people find other people that are of the same belief and all that. But I can only relate to that in the way of craft. I do
Hmm.
not have faith. I do not have faith in still because I can see what type of um, disgusting practice that could envelop out of that.
Mm.
And I've seen a lot of the macro scale kind of like troubles it produces when it comes to social manipulation
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
what happens to a lot of people when they're being way too swooned by charisma and
Agreed with
uh,
that. Yeah.
and dogma and all that stuff. I'm more of like in the camp of there is a difference of social faith
Hmm.
and community faith and personal faith. Personal faith, I think, is more an effective area where I can like uh, engross myself and be in agreement because
Hmm.
I can pick up like the story of Samson. It's one of my favorite Christian stories because of certain like themes and stuff.
Hmm.
But I try to pick certain messages out of these things despite that I might have like my reserves when it comes to like God represent in the Old and New Testament. Um, I still want to like pick and like parcel like each of these like little things
Hmm.
from the books and try to apply to my psyche, like the soul in the old Greeks, as it were,
Hmm.
and try to build resilience, self-reliance, more aligned to like stoicism. Uh,
Okay.
I'm I'm very big on like that school, um, which has also led me to want to create one of my favorite philosophers, like a comic of one of my favorite philosophers, Diogenes, um, who's dated pre Stoic, but
Hmm.
in the school of cynicism or the cynics.
Hmm.
Um, but I have um, I've seen so much of like I guess like there's the
Sorry,
there
my friend
yeah
Chris, who knew me when I was a really avid atheist, um, just commented. I know I've known both atheist Josh and Christian Josh. I can appreciate points brought up by both.
excellent.
Sorry. Um, yeah, I mean it's so stoicism. So like, have you always had that penchant? Is it mostly like a social thing of like kind of seeing religion kind of ruin people and make what I'm gonna maybe I'm if I'm paraphrasing or inserting stuff in here, let me know. But it's like it sounds kind of like you've seen what evils people can do under the banner of religion that they may not otherwise do. Is that kind of the kind of the the thing you were
Part of
talking
it,
about?
yeah. Yeah, part of it.
Yeah.
I haven't had any of these things touch me in real life. Thankfully, because
Yeah. Yeah.
if it was an alter boy scenario, I wouldn't be talking right now.
Yeah.
But I've I've sort of like had a keen observation upon these things because it doesn't like make me any special or anything. It's just like I'm taking that from my personal perspective. So don't take me.
Mhm.
Just keep yours to yours, and I'm just
Of
like trying
course.
to broaden it out. It's just like trying to make sense of it. Um, the way that I saw it with religion when it came down to it, when I wanted to make the choice of having like a lack of faith,
Hmm.
um, um, is that it's more uh, it's more like I want to retract myself away from people that I see as um, extremely distrusting.
Yeah, that makes
Because
sense.
I there's a lot of like social games that I don't really like, and it usually it's usually with body language. It sort of comes out, and when you're being online, I mean, the greatest thing here is that you don't really see a lot of the body language that's being displayed,
Yeah,
uh, and it relies more on like your intonation and enunciations. Right now, you can hear me being a little bit more fumbly, but that's because I'm trying to find the words as well as feeling a little bit more stressed and tense. But
oh,
if
I'm
you
sorry
read
if I'm
my
making you. Definitely
no, no, no,
not
but
trying to
if
make
you
you
read,
feel. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like trying to critically approach this. If you were to see my body language, I'll be more a little bit tensed up with the shoulders and stuff, and that is huge power. Not power, but social positioning for some
Interesting.
people. Um,
Yeah,
because
I can understand that.
we rely upon so much visual information
Yeah.
that it becomes sort of like key to having to positioning yourself as being like the one to command the room and all that stuff. And I see
Hmm.
that being reflected upon with, for example, bad faith arguments and persuasion.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I haven't had like the drive and wanted to associate with people that are constantly trying to throw people under the bus in one instance and try to admire somebody in order to have to incur favors. Um, and it's sort of like when you've observed that throughout the internet and the way that I've like done my view on things and
Hmm.
stuff, it becomes sort of a less incentive to wanted to fall into that whole like belief thing. I was luckily raised as a like raised free to believe whatever I wanted to believe
Got it.
um, as a child, and I thank my parents for that because then I could like find myself proper
Yeah,
rather
for
want to have
sure.
like that instilled in me at a young age because that's usually how that happens,
Yeah,
you know.
that's true.
People get not indoctrinated, but they get accustomed to it as like the standard.
Yeah.
Um, Indoctrination is more of a like a brute force thing, but natural growth into it without having any critical eye is sort of like the biggest boon that any religion could ask you for.
Yeah.
Because then they will have you by the throat if you're doing any missteps, and that really um, is apparent for like Jehovah's Witnesses and the like.
Hmm.
Those
Yeah,
like
I mean,
smaller cultish type of religions.
yeah, and I mean, I'd say to an extent, like, I'd extend that to a large group of Christians. So it's like I wouldn't actually just specifically say that's Jehovah's Witnesses, but I do think it gets really problematic with the more cultish it is. Like for me, even now, it's like, as a believer, it's like I draw the line at like because of my past as an atheist. It's like I'm very skeptical still of like corporate worship of basilicas that are sort of power structures like created as buildings where we're supposed to worship. Um, I'm really skeptical of human beings claiming to be the voice of God.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I'm really skeptical of like political parties using uh, religions as a way to gain and garner political power. So
Yeah.
it's like there's a lot of things I'm really skeptical of, and because of that, like I currently don't even have a church that I attend because I just like I had to actually leave the one my wife and I were attending because it was just like it became very clear that the people claiming to believe weren't really believing it. It was more like a social gathering, um, or like a political thing, where it's like an identity thing. I don't know if that makes sense, but um,
Yeah, the identity politics of religion is a powerful thing too.
Yeah, and it's just like something I to this day am really skeptical of because I'm a literal believer, but it's like I didn't really get into it for like, a social club or a party or like
Mm-hmm.
and I'm actually pretty opposed to like politically um a lot of what, you know, has been couched with the religion that I believe. So it's an interesting thing, but it's definitely the strange thing is I think it is possible, and this isn't to convince anyone of anything or anything, but I do think it's possible, and I think this is why I actually wish more Christians would talk to atheists and like converting type conversations, because I think that's stupid. Like never get into a conversation with anyone where you're intending to change minds. Like
Mm-hmm.
instead get in a conversation where you're hearing viewpoints and minds might be changed. I don't know if that makes sense, but like to me that actually is way more productive.
Yeah.
Because to me, I'm actually like super curious to hear, like I want to actually hear your philosophy and your beliefs, like I with no objective other than just learning about another person, um and I actually think that you can come out of those kind of conversations in a positive light, because a lot of Christians, and I'm in that camp, but it's like a lot of Christians aren't aware of a lot of uh they aren't aware of a lot of the problems of the church and the problems of religion and the problems of cult thinking and the problems of like corporate activities, like in general. Like a good example of this is like, if you're at like a protest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, in LA, this happens actually. Not even in protests. I'll use the Lakers as an example. So like in Los Angeles, it's not unusual for a Laker game where the Lakers won. Like this is pre-COVID when we actually had sports games and stuff, which I don't even follow. But it wasn't unusual if they won for like there to be mass riots in the city, like in response to them winning. The reason is you have a crowd of people and you have a couple bad actors that show up intending to cause chaos. They cause chaos. The crowd sees people causing chaos. They go, oh, that's what we're doing now. And then it becomes a crowd thing. So people in large groups are susceptible to mass manipulation.
Exactly.
And so, like, all of these things can be true even as a believer in any philosophy or religion. You can at least acknowledge and learn, I think, the dangers of a lot of those things. And I think that, like, to me, that's one of the reasons I think it's really important for like Christians or Mormons or whatever belief system you have, like, to listen to people who actually have no faith or don't have belief, because in like a spiritual thing, because I think that a lot of the criticisms are correct, like, and I think it's important to be aware of that, like, and I think if we just kind of cast aside people with differing viewpoints, like um just because it's like, I don't know, like the second we become like a weird institution that's just throwing people to like the heresy police, it's just a dangerous world. And uh, so like that to me, I anyhow, that's just to say I actually really appreciate you sharing like what you think and stuff, because I like hearing it. Um,
Yeah. The thing that I think I want to like try to build on or touch more or less about is the I guess this is kind of like an American phenomena in the way that competitiveness of or like the incentive of competitiveness fostered by mob mentality um, is I think I think Chris is right there. Like that scene in Mist.
mm-hmm,
Um, there is the mob mentality thing. With like an with like a fostering of competition. There's it's been widely like discussed about when it comes to like US, in that they're like, at least here, in that Americans are seem a little bit more socially confronting about things.
Mm.
But uh, the way that I understand it from like where people coming from is that they have the opportunity and the freedom to do so, but that's because of the whole like misunderstanding of the whole like constitution and the constitutional right of being free to express yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Because there seems to be a lack of accountability when it comes to that, or at least trying to reserve yourself so much as to like what one of my friends were talking about when it came to like, if we're going to like recourse back to like that whole discussion of opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my friend, we were talking about how people aren't lurking. It's like an internet term, I know, but in a sense, lurking is supposed to be this activity that you're listening to what people are discussing, and
Mm.
how that culture like moves in a sense. And we've lurked for a long time, me and him, on different sites, and we have come to the conclusion that people aren't doing that activity that we do, because we tend to want to like get like the sense of the atmosphere and of the people that are engaged with these things. And it
Mm-hmm.
seems to be like not learning about the room causes them to to think that there is a lot of there's a lot of open opportunity to just act out the way that you want to like act out, and not having to think about repercussions. That happens often with, I think, with people that are using their freedom of expression, that they aren't being considerate or mindful about the opposition, or like the perceived opposition.
Yeah, for sure.
And that causes a lot of the infighting and the mob mentality, and like the freedom of like, oh yeah, there's going to be like that Lakers riot and all that stuff. Same thing applies wherever you are, like where it will be like a BLM riot, where it will be in a Ku Klux Klan riot, like back in the 50s. You're sort of like throwing yourself into the mass without having to think for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Leads to thoughtlessness. Thoughtlessness is a dangerous like area where people um, um, are just like unsubscribing to the whole moral conduct way of thing, and just
Yes.
latches on, and it's so invasive to like the way of um, uh, to like engaging with people. I don't know, for some reason it seems very it seems less appealing to me, and wanted to partake in something,
Mm-hmm.
but that might be just me.
Yeah.
Because despite it being like a positive thing, I just don't get that high. I just don't understand that high that people get out of wanting to just like undress and become like rabid.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's probably one of the social commentaries when it comes to like movies like The Purge, in that people get that one night to do like whatever, or like those 24 hours to do whatever. Like,
Yeah.
um, I guess that's sort of like an appeal or mass appeal, but that's just like pointing out the message that people, um, despite the freedom, they will still have to live with that repercussion, that or the aftermath of that day.
Mm-hmm.
And on a this comes back to like that whole like main incentive to like doing media. For me, at least, I look at media as a way to like meditate.
Mm-hmm.
Media is like the thing to go to meditate, and especially if you're in opposition with different kinds of modes and thinkings and all that
Mm-hmm.
stuff. Um, it's just very engrossing because it's in a safe confine,
Yeah.
and not seeing the point of these things like the purge and stuff. It's not in a way to like inspire people, or make it so that people will actively go out and try to make that being like a legal reality or anything. It's
Mm-hmm.
supposed to take up that that whole mental of what if this was our day? What if this was the reality that we were facing?
Yeah.
What if this was was the was the unbearable things that we have to do? Despite that, Handmaiden, is it a Handmaiden? That book, the dystopian
The
one.
Handmaiden's Tale?
Yeah, the Handmaid's Tale. I don't like the book overall, but I
Oh, you
understand the
didn't?
core message. No, I don't like the world building. It's terrible.
I thought some of it was really compelling. Like I thought the character building was really good.
Yeah,
But I would
that I
agree
can
the
agree.
world itself is a little, it's less probable than like there's a book I really like that kind of goes into a similar dystopian future thing called The Wanting Seed by Anthony Burgess, which is like
Yeah.
he's the guy who wrote Clockwork Orange and stuff. But that one's like way more vivid and believable. I feel like, but I do think the crux of the book is good. It's just it's just a, yeah, I agree. The world itself is slightly improbable. Although I do like the crux of it, and the point of it is not improbable. It's just,
Mm-hmm.
but I would agree with you. But I do think she writes really Margaret Atwood, right?
Yep,
She writes
Margaret Atwood.
really strong characters. Like the
Indeed.
characters themselves are really compelling and believable. It's just the scenario that needs, I think, a little more building. So I'd agree with you on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Um.
Sorry, diversion
No,
there.
no, 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 no. It's good, like to get off the beaten track on these things. Yeah, the whole like meditation aspect of media. It
Huh.
is to provide an insight into things, and I think that's why people find a lot of the catharsis, because they feel a little bit safe in the way that they can explore an idea without having to actively live in it.
Mhm.
But it's also supposed to make make somebody engage with a philosophy or a thought or like a horrible situation like Catch 22,
Mhm.
classic, in order to like carry that sort of like out. That's sort of the point when it comes to memes. For instance, I'm a big fan of memes, and it's generally like one of my favorite things to study as sort of like a subject.
Nice.
Um, it is it is that I think on an academic level, memes in of itself is sort of like the most important thing, because it's sort of the way that we navigate towards the world. You know, memes are social behavior, are
Mhm.
ideas that are provoking, are the things that we come up with throughout life experience and try to pass off in wisdom, because we want that to like being told so that people are being aware or informative about it.
Mhm.
But memes are also divisive and can be misinformed,
Mhm.
or so divisive in as to wanted to intentionally dilute people into thinking that this is the way that it is. Like people not using the 100% of their brain is one of those pop psych memes that have been cropped up every now and then. But we use different cognitive functions for different tasks. It's not that we're using it efficiently
Mhm.
or like at all times. We're actively using the brain, but it's just like some areas take more priority than others. For example, my linguistic cortex is taking a lot of like over right now, or primary, and
Mhm.
that makes me unconcentrating on the drawing,
Mm.
which is working on the other side of my brain
Mhm.
that acts as creativity.
Yeah, that's a hard one to navigate. Like I personally have been trying to get better at navigating that, because when I'm doing these streams, I realize if it's just dead air and I'm drawing, it's pretty boring. And I'm a
Mm-hmm.
really talkative guy, but I can totally lose track of the of kind of like the drawing when I get lost in a conversation or really interested in one. So
Yeah,
there's definitely that.
there
Um,
is so like I
which,
guess
by the
this.
way, I
Yeah.
really want to clarify too. Like, if you do lose track of the conversation when drawing on this thing, feel free, because that's what this is. It's kind of, it's a
Just like a
drawing
mind
thing. So
wander.
yeah, I mean, it's okay to kind of wander, and like I said, it's I don't kind of envision this thing as being like a talk show. You know, it's sort of it's sort of like an art hangout. So I kind of view it as
Oh
like,
yeah.
yeah, just drawing in a studio and chatting while drawing.
Yeah.
So, but I do like that idea of memes. I think, yeah, for me, it's an interesting thing. Um,
I think
but
memes for me have become very important in the way that I want to navigate the internet, in the way that to
mhm,
communicate or like try to gain audiences, you need to effectively create content that can reflect that, or being used as what we call weaponized memes.
mhm.
I think with comics, when you see people get very engaged with a, thanks for help, Adam, on the words and all that stuff. When they become very engaged with the content or with an IP, they tend to memify it by taking it out of context and remixing it,
Yeah.
and it becomes sort of like a performative language that through like visual denotations and stuff, they
Mhm,
recontextualize it in a way so that it becomes a reaction, or like a way to express themselves without having to express their emotions,
mhm,
and I think a lot of the reasons why manga is so effective at becoming meme material is because they provide so much material due to the way that they're constructed
mhm,
and the way that they have sort of created that language. And if you want to like get a really good book on language when it comes to comics, I recommend you The Visual Language of Comics by Neil Cohn.
hmm,
That book was a mind opener. It's like expanding your comics third eye. I'm not kidding you. If you're praising understanding comics and Will Eisner's books on
mhm.
creating comics, that thing must go straight into your shelf. I promise
Nice.
you'll just like feel like a euphoria when you're seeing that book or when you're reading through it. It's an academic book. I still recommend it though. It could be a slog for those that are not initiated into that kind of dry reading, but it's simple to understand if you read it a couple of times.
Love it.
Um, so he denotes that there is sort of like a secondary language that has been built upon the impressionistic sort of like way that they use. They got like two lexicons working in their visual language. One is the drawn, like the formulated one, and
Mhm,
the second one is the like that easy, chibi esque sort of expressionisms,
mhm,
um, and that type of material really works for you as as like a content creator, I would say, because when people start to take that out of the original context, they
mhm,
could apply it to so many situations where they want to respond, because the internet is built to speak not only through text but also through visual communication.
that makes sense.
and I want to create comics that could like tap into that too. So it's easy for people to like. This is a funny scene. What if I could like do something with that? And then it creates engagement. And then you
Mhm.
see the profile pictures, and then you see the response, and like the like secret amassment of like fans and stuff.
That's
And
really smart. I I think that's brilliant because like just the idea of art being a meme. I've had a few pieces of art I made kind of become like a meme.
yep,
And it's mostly t-shirt designs I did for Threadless years ago, but they still travel around to this day, and it's nuts. It's got its own life. The one scenario where that would kind of suck is, and I'm forgetting the documentary, but they did a documentary on the guy who did Pepe. Um,
yeah, Pepper the Frog. Yeah,
yeah,
I know which one that you're talking about, the Nick Fury one. Yeah.
yeah, and I just feel bad for the dude who created that because it's just become synonymous with something that's like so opposite from what that guy personally stands for. However,
Yeah.
he also has like a pretty startlingly successful career now. So it's a mix, where it's like I don't know, but I was thinking about that after watching that documentary where I'm like I've had stuff meme if my stuff memed and got kind of taken over by like the alt-right, like the very far alt-right, and just kind of became a thing where suddenly like, you know, my art like denotes white supremacy somehow or something, like that might kind of suck. You
Yeah,
know.
I understand. I can sympathize or like empathize on
Yeah,
that
I
being
just
like a full possibility. But that's the effectiveness of an idea, and
yeah, that's true.
that is crazy.
Yeah,
I
it is
mean,
nuts. It's kind of a
when it takes
weird,
off,
it's also a unique to our time, you know what I mean? Because it's like that there really hasn't been a day and age where it's almost equivalent to like the early years of like hip hop, where it's like, you know, sampling and making something new out of something old. It's just interesting that we're living in a time where there's this whole new codified language, you know,
yeah.
developing. I
Uh,
like the idea of creating art that's good for that, you know. I think that's great.
yeah, you're
I
touching
wonder how
upon
much you can control it, you know.
Yeah, you're touching upon a very important thing of the whole of remixing when it comes to like hip hop and stuff, and how crucial that it was to build the industry, which had become desecrated and corporatized over time. Um, I am very much a against like the whole current system of copyright and DMCA and stuff.
Okay.
Um, and the way that I want to like provide to the people would be to like try to make it sure that people could access it and have it so that they could consume it at their own leisure instead of
Mm,
having to worry about paying it. Leave it at as more like an option. I want to like get into the way of operating a business through crypto. I want to try to make it so that people actively go out and peer to peer download my comics,
nice.
with the torrent. I want to make sure that they can get the material if they want to, and I want them to engage with that. So I want to create like comics too that people could get their license, like a Creative Commons license,
Mm,
so that it becomes appealing for them to try out and try to make something. I know that people might try to make it make the claim and make their own, but canon is still canon, whether you like it or not. Uh,
I like
but
that. The idea of kind of, you know what's interesting. This is I'm forgetting I'm forgetting his name, but back when I used to do Big Illustration Party Time with my friend Kevin Cross, um, we uh, we had a guy who like was in our community who lived in Norway,
mhm.
you know, and it was interesting because he had similar thoughts on kind of the idea of like using like Wikimedia Commons or like Commons licenses so that, you know, basically art could be kind of free. And I know this is weird, but it's like I wonder if, because I think that makes perfect sense, but I'm just actually wondering if that might be like a more prevalent and salient conversation that's like actually occurring like outside of the US, that I think actually might be good, you know, for people to consider. Because
Yeah,
I think culturally here we're very stuck on like this idea of like IPs and you know, copyright and stuff like that. Um, but the idea of like kind of making art that is made to be used and kind of within the commons is such a fun exploration, you know. And
yeah,
you're right, like it's not like it takes away um, you know, anything from the original work, you know.
yeah. The way that this is also touching on like the secrets of why manga is also successful, and that why people who are not doing like their due diligence of reading these things,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm really pissed off about American comics creators, especially on the indie scene, that tries to like think they've understand to crack the code, who have not like spent their time reading up on these things and why
Yeah.
they're becoming successful, or at least how why it is so effective, at least online. It's
Yeah.
because I'm manga had in particular a great time of expanding through like piracy, through like reading
Mm-hmm.
scanlations and sharing and all these things. That's the main effect of how manga came overseas for such a long time and became became like a booming capital, like the post crash of 2008, 2010.
Yeah, I mean, when I was in high school, it's like this is before anime was like huge, right? It's like I remember the way I saw Akira was like a friend of a friend had a copy, a VHS tape that was illegally recorded, and
Yeah,
we just passed it around. And it's like, and then we dub it and like pass it around, and that's how a lot of that stuff was getting around, like kind of in like a pre-internet era. So it's I know that's how it kind of worked with anime for a long time. And then what's interesting is like my wife, who grew up, like she's half Japanese, so she grew up like around Japanese bookstores and stuff like that, and they would have just swaths of manga that like wasn't available anywhere else. So she had access to like the real stuff, but she didn't need like translations or anything, you know. And
yeah,
it's like for me, it was like I agree. It's like I think the fact that it was like proliferated and just kind of for free. And then I also agree with you about the memeing and something about the chibi thing, where I think because it's like a simplified, coded cartoon, it has like more potential to kind of become a meme. That's really interesting. Anyhow, you're saying a lot of really cool stuff is all I'm saying.
yeah. I've been flirting with the idea of trying to like wanted to try YouTube by like trying to explain it more succinctly and a little bit more like more formally.
Yeah, I think you should. I mean, it'd be awesome. I'd support it. I'd subscribe.
Thanks. Yeah, this whole like yeah, he calls it narrative grammar. And then there's like the Japanese visual language and the American visual language. And those are oh yeah, the chibifying is called morphology.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna read like an excerpt of this. While Japanese visual language uses many of the same elements of visual morphology as American visual language, it also has many unique and culturally specific signs. Like American visual language, some signs are non-conventional visual symbols and metaphors. Shoujo girls manga often makes emotional use of non-narrative signs in the backgrounds of the panels. That is like the weird effects that you see, like heightened emotions are being
little sparkles and stuff. Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, or roses when they're feeling love. And yeah, we're not gonna talk about that because I don't want to have you slammed with a yellow dollar or stuff like that. Yeah, and it's also built on the language that started with Osamu Tezuka because he incorporated a lot of these quote-unquote morphologies into his way of drawing comics, and it's sort of been like a passing tradition of wanted to expand that whole lexicon of that language, so that it is sort of conventional in certain genres, and then it's non-conventional when applied in certain genres. So there, that has helped fostering like the whole like keeping it like in competitive spirit. It has fostered different alternative ways of creating comics. You know, the Gekiga movement, which I love, which I take huge inspiration from. Bless Yoshida Tatsumi. Because he strived for more realism, which led to more of the development in the seinen genre.
I think it's so fascinating. Like that, one of the books I read of his got into some of like how even like chibi, like as a style started. And it's so interesting because it's like you don't really like, to me, I just thought it was interesting, this whole interplay of like of the fact that like a lot of it came out of like Snow White, like the movie, where it was just like the seven dwarves. They were just like, oh, that's how we should do like all the characters. And so
like
it's like
crazy cultural flourishing, like cross-pollination.
Yeah, and it's this weird kind of like give and take where they sort of got influenced by like a limited amount of cartoons, and then the cartoons just sort of disappeared for a while that were coming in. And so it's like the influence sort of like spawned off on its own and became its own thing. And it's just like fascinating. And that Tezuka, like I was blown away by his work also because it's slice of life, a lot of it. And I
Mm-hmm.
just think that's so cool. There's so many things like I feel like the way that we can use comics, like part of why even into stories like I shift styles is because I don't see that done enough in at least in American comics or in even European comics, although they're at least a little more open.
Yeah,
um,
French comics are very open to that. You
French
can,
comics are just like I think French actually don't have the same issues that American comics have. And they're a lot more in tune with like I think what Japan is doing, where it's like multiple genres. It's like the the language of comics is sort of for everyone. Like it's
mm-hmm.
like you have comics for children, you have comics for adults. Like comics are just another way of storytelling, and
Yeah.
I would love to see that happen more in the U.S. because we're so pigeonholed. Like even when I was shopping my comics around to get a publisher, I ended up with a European publisher because
Yeah.
I mean, I think the US is pretty close to it where they're just like, hey, if it's not like for kids or like superheroes or spaceships, like, sorry, we're not interested. I don't know. So, but I definitely think the idea of like being able to cross styles and like bring in multiple styles or multiple looks and stuff like that into your art and cross genres is brilliant. So we are at the 2 hour mark, so I'm going to take another 20-second break.
Yep.
If you need to as well, you're free to.
Yeah, I need a glass of water.
Yeah. So, but I'll be right back. So I'm just going to get a refill of my coffee, and then thanks. We got a really active chat, Jake.
Yeah.
So I'll have to have you back on again because it's just like it's been like cool to. Well, we'll continue the conversation, but my point is we'll have to have many more of these because people like it in the chats too. So. All right. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Oh, coffee. Frank was just asking to join in. You are welcome. As long as Jake, you cool with Frank coming on? I'm cool with Frank coming on. Frank's funny. He's a good dude. All right, so let me see. Yeah, honestly, I kind of envisioned this as being like when I was working on my MFA in art school, like we'd stay up like late nights. I mean, like working on art, and I'd have friends who were like street artists and stuff, and they're working on like some weird. Here, I'll even show one of his pieces. It's in black and white, so it's not as cool, but it's like stuff like this, you know, where it's like these cool like melty cars and stuff. That's my friend Rick. But anyhow, like so they'd be working on like stuff like this, but like at a large scale, like you know, and like oil paintings and life drawings and like the three levels of the building were so cool at night, you know, because it's like 3 a.m. It's all the grad students just like working on these crazy art pieces. You know, you go in the screen printing lab, there's just people doing that. So that's kind of how I want this to work. Frank's like, let me put a shirt on. Yes, preferably, Frank, have a shirt, please. Let me see here. Let's see here. Oh, wait, I was about to give him the YouTube link. That wouldn't be good. Invite. There we go. But yeah, so how I envision this is just like a place that we can hang out and do art and talk. And like no subjects are off the table as long as they aren't going to get demonetization. But yeah, this has been a fun conversation. I'm glad you brought up Tezuka, honestly, you know, and he wrote "Be Right Back" on his, but I just sent Frank. I sent you a link if you want to join in too. But yeah, Tezuka was really cool. Drawn and Quarterly published like a really good version of it, and the cool thing is, a lot of the times when they do U.S. lettering, it just kind of sucks. Like the translation from like English to like from Japanese to English, but they actually Adrian Tomine was heavily involved in the translation process and then the lettering process. So it's like you have a cartoonist actually. Chris just very rightly pointed out in Zoom Hangouts, shirts are required, but pants are not. That's right. What's funny is during these streams, I am usually actually wearing pajama pants because it's night. So whatever. Plus, I'm an old man. So there's that. But yeah, so I highly recommend Tezuka. Like anything by him is just worth checking out. I really personally loved A Drifting Life. Like that's the one that just blew my mind as like a slice of life junkie. But yeah, it's good stuff. Let's see here. So to me, like the fuller the house, like with Hangouts, the better. What are you working on, Chris? I think Chris said he was like kind of burnt out on drawing, so he's taking a drawing night off, which I totally get. I had that like 2 days ago where I was just like I was at the end of my rope on on production, making stuff. Okay, so this is weird. I'm getting into a part where I'm talking about The Language of God by Francis Collins, which is a really cool book, but now it's going to actually start kind of breaking down the things that the book dealt with. It's going to get awkward when people go face to face and keep the Zoom attire. Yeah, you know what's weird is I used to wear like a shirt and tie to work, and since the pandemic happened and we were working from home. Oh, dude, it's Frank.
Hey.
How goes it, Frank?
Good, not bad.
I don't know how to. Oh, let me get that's. Oh, the
Okay.
problem is I want to keep his thing on. Hang on, trying to find a good layout that'll show his drawings and ours. Oh, okay, hang on. How's that? No. We might just have to ditch the seeing his drawings, unfortunately. But
well, I can go in audio if you like.
No, it's cool. I like the full house effect, so that'll work. So how you doing, man?
Good, not bad. I wasn't actually expecting a link right now. I meant like later on. So I was like, oh, let me put something on real quick.
Well, you don't have to take the link now, too. So you're free to dip in or not. You know, these are going to be pretty casual streams, so I don't mind. I don't mind some company while drawing. It's like the life of a cartoonist is notoriously pretty lonely, so it's nice to have the company.
That's true. That's why
the first book I was. Oh, sorry, what?
That's true. That's why I stream more often now.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where like the first graphic novel I did was like I was up these hours. I just wasn't talking to anyone, you know. Like, so it's just like this lonely listening to podcasts and just kind of trying to knock out comics. So I think it's cool we live in an era where we can have these like virtual hangouts and kind of actually have art hangouts. Sorry, I actually need to take off for like 2 seconds. I will be right back. Sorry, Frank. So
sure,
give me 2 seconds. While I'm out on that 2 seconds, why don't you go ahead and let people know where they can check out your work and your show and all that fun stuff. I'll be right back.
All right, cool. Well, you can find me on the Truffle Creative Cast every Monday nights at 9 p.m. It's our new night and our new time, Central. And also my channel, Salazar Art Nation. And if you want to pick up some digital comics, you can go to my coffee store, Salazar Nation Designs, and I will send you out some PDF comics for just a few bucks.
Jake just said we're fancy list pants here. So I love it.
How's it going, guys?
Doing good.
Good. So now we have Texas, California, and Denmark going, right?
Denmark, no.
Norway. My brain. I've told you guys on this stream before. My knowledge of geography is like notoriously bad. Like I'm the guy who, if I haven't lived somewhere, I literally like my vision of Frank is he's just sitting on the state of Texas. Like I know the parts I lived in Texas, and I was like 5 at the time, and then my knowledge of like everything else just kind of falls apart. People could tell me like 20 times. I was talking to Adam in the chats, and he lives in Washington, and I kept making the mistake of just calling it Seattle because I'm like, I don't know, that's where I've been in Washington. So in that sense, I'm like your cliche American, where it's like my knowledge of but I will say Norway. Okay, so here's something I've heard of Norway. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Jake, but I've heard that the government is actually way more supportive of the arts. Because that guy I knew in the Big Illustration Party Time era got like government grants to do comic books, and I was like, what the hell?
Oh, wow.
Like, that's amazing.
Shh, that's a government secret. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, government grants in Norway when it comes to the arts is a thing. There, you will get a sort of like a stipendium or a grant, given how like given the approach and how you're like doing the application. So if you're doing it through a publisher, you will get a grant, and then we'll have to make a copy. They will have to at least make 1,000 copies and distribute it to every library in Norway. If you were to publish on a local level.
No way. That's so cool.
That's like a thing that they have to do in a sense, just like to spread literacy. It's part of like the social program to spread literacy.
That's so amazing. I like the other question is, are you guys taking citizens? Because I'm looking at
you won't be making the big money here. I have unfortunate news when it comes to that whole section, is that there is currently an implosion happening now with the grants given out to the people. As of now, there's been a rise in graphic novels and sort of those autobiographic books. And it's sort of made a short squeeze of the grants, and it has unfortunately killed one of the long-running indie anthologies that was running here in Norway.
Oh, what a shame! That's really sad.
They couldn't secure the necessary grants from the government because those subsidies were like the thing that made the whole publication running with that series, and it's a small print that runs it too, which is orchestrating this whole thing. So they had been going for about 33 issues since the 90s, by the way. So they've been doing this for over 20 years.
Oh wow!
And they couldn't just secure. They couldn't financially secure that thing because of that squeeze. Because publishers had been poaching or contracting different creative people independently, directly to get those grants secured.
Oh,
and
wow!
That's sort of like one of the unfortunate results, in that it cannibalized a lot of money that could have gone into those anthologies to spread the word about different creators, and now it's focusing more on creators just like to create a brand name of them as authors. So there is a lot of problems when it comes to that department of the debate, when it becomes like the talk of the grants, especially with comics.
Wow.
So Yeah, while there is some truth to it, it's only a half truth until you realize what is really going on internally, and that is just like a botched summary of what I've been relaying. There are a lot of statistics and stuff that I haven't been bringing up because I do have the paper somewhere in my hard drive, but I can't be asked to find it right now.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Well, and like I said, this is a casual show, so it's not a big deal. That's cool though. I think that's cool. I think that's a shame, and that sounds like pretty similar in the sense of we'll have like even though I tend to on the left right divide like politically in this country, I tend to lean very left. But at the same time, it's like I do agree with a lot of right leaning criticism of the government mishandling funds and people just kind of in general, like people when they're it's sort of like goes back to the crowd conversation I was talking about where it's like similar things happen when things become like protocols, like any system, whether it's in a business or in government or anything like that, where you have like a protocol based system, like a grant application, things like that, they get messed up because people are just very bad at organizing social systems. And so it's like one of those things where it's like, I think the effort to organize social systems and make funds available for things like the arts and stuff like that are very noble and worth pursuing. It doesn't mean there won't be corruption and bungling and mishandling and exploitation that kind of causes like a lot of those wheels to stop turning, you know? I don't know if that makes sense, but
no, you're absolutely right. That whole like mishandling and misuse of government grants has been an issue here too when it comes to the arts in the way that modern art is weird on a lot of fronts, and I think that people are very reactionary when they see things like I want to take an American example right now, not a Norwegian one. I think it was there was this like weird minimalistic piece that was done a while back in California, and it sparked a lot of controversy because it was too vague, it was too abstract for people to understand, and since it was just like like a limited piece, it wasn't supposed to be there for a long time. That piece didn't resonate with people, and with the grant, it became like a huge topic or a huge issue when it came to supporting or being a patron of the arts. And you've definitely probably seen a lot of the weird things that they've been proposing when it comes to I'm going to take the BLM again as an example, that there have been grants that wanted to erect statues of famous people of Black people. I can agree to that. But using the grants as a way to do that is not as effective as trying to get the government that wanted to erect those statues in favor of like wanting to commemorate or create a memory. So, but it's more or less up to what people lobby nowadays. As
that
well.
makes a lot of sense.
Because the arts is also like a lobbying game too, and that unfortunately falls into like the scary area of Disney. Because they constantly need government subsidies. I swear.
Yeah, well, what's interesting too about like those larger companies is like they do actually like I remember I forget who this was, but it's like I recently heard like a Senate hearing here where an oil company was saying they don't get tax subsidies from the U.S. and like the representative luckily like actually held them to task, but I think it's because it's a more progressive legislator who doesn't take oil money, because you could see like in the footage of it, like you could see like most of the Senate is just like shit. Like they're all kind of worried, and it's like on the left and the right, because they're like, don't mess with our funds, like this is our money. But it's like the guy was saying like, oh, we don't get any tax like benefits at all, and they came back with like, well, actually you pay like 70, you get like a 70% write-off by, you know, like basically like there's like a little stipulation that allows them to write off exploratory drilling. And so it's like that expense, whatever it is, they can write off from like what they owe. So it's like if they spent $1 billion like launching a new drill that didn't even work, like it didn't, you know, whatever it is, it's like they can write that off from their taxes. So it makes them close to tax exempt in the country. And it's just interesting because it's like there's so many people who are bought and sold by the oil industry in our government that like on the left and right, that like they literally just play pretend when they have oil executives generally. And it was just interesting to see the response of like the oil company guy too, who's used to like getting these softball questions and being able to say something like, yeah, we don't get any benefits. And they're like, well, that's true. You know, like it's just interesting. But Disney would be one of those scenarios too, where it's like they make some great products, and generally what they do is just buy out other people's IPs and do a really excellent job of that, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, well, and I'm a kid who like I grew up and like loving Disney. I live in California, so like I love Disneyland. It's a lot of fun. But there is a dark side to Disney. I mean, they are like a monopoly that has, you know, like I said, they buy out every IP. I personally think part of why they bought The Simpsons was just because The Simpsons poked fun at them for so long, that they were just like, well, we're going to get you with our money, you know, like. But
well, with The Simpsons, it's sort of like it fall from grace too, in the way that they were once untouchable, but now they aren't, and so it was just a ripe opportunity to buy out Fox.
100%, yeah. But it's just yeah, it's definitely one of those cases where like Disney would probably be the first to tell you they don't get any grants or subsidies or special treatment from the government, but they definitely do. Like,
yeah,
and this is an unfortunate thing, like that I think I wish were like more of an issue like across party lines, is just like the amount of corporate influence on everything, like where it's like you know, it's, I don't know. To me, it's like if Jake, suddenly you gave me like $1 billion or whatever,
although then I whip out my PayPal.
So let's say that happened, and then the next day on YouTube, like I'm talking and you send me a message like, hey, could you talk about this thing? Like if anyone's pretending that money wouldn't potentially influence what I say, like they're living in a like some other reality.
Yeah,
you know,
some
whereas
La La Land shit.
Yeah, but what's weird is like we all play pretend like politicians are going to take massive amounts of payment, like, and when they're legislating, it's not going to influence what they do. Like that.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what kind of fantasy world we're being asked to live in, where you know that's the case, and that doesn't even mean, that doesn't make Disney bad. That just makes Disney a corporation. Like a corporation by all intents and purposes should be trying to maximize their profit. Like that's what you do in a free market. Like that's what we do as artists. Like honestly, it's like, you know, like if I'm trying to make a living as an artist, I want to try to make a living as an artist. And then if I can make a good living as an artist, then I'm going to maximize my profits and try to make a good living, right? That's just the nature of commerce. So like they're going to pursue that to whatever end they morally can within the law. And then if it's Disney, maybe they'll just try to change the law and the morals so that they can get away with more. but the point being, it's just like the idea that that like, you know, it comes into the same conundrum that you have at the end of the Laker game that I was bringing up, you know, where it's like when you have a mass amount of people in groups, like they can end up being capable of doing some really terrible things just because it's the group, you know? And I wouldn't say like Disney or any large entity is like immune from the issues of like a mass corporate movement that can end up doing powerfully good things or powerfully bad things,
Yeah. The thing with like laissez-faire capitalism, or the laissez-faire capitalism that inspired like Rockefeller and was that all that gold crusty dude's name again? There's a lot of like barons and stuff. I don't remember, but those that came like before Teddy Roosevelt, they shaped the way that the economy have been leading up to this moment, and I'm grateful that my government, when they struck oil in the 50s, 60s, that they were sensible enough to not give it out to the private companies, but rather make it so that it was a state-owned industry.
It's pretty smart.
So that it could also fed back into the oil money were fed back to the people. It was for the people and to the people. And that has created that safety net of in case the economy goes to shit, like for real, not like a financial crash, which can be recoverable, but a very abnormal situation. There is still a safety net that will give each individual or each inhabitant of the country a certain amount of cash, so that they have a cash reserve, because that's sort of like our legacy as a country, because of the oil industry. And now that we're trying to find alternative ways of energy, as well as trying to migrate into a service sector or more like a service industry, and other types like IT, we have to sort of become more independent of the oil too. And for that, it will take a slow process. Thankfully, we don't have like that dichotomy of left and right in the form of Democrats and the Republicans. We have a diaspora of different representatives throughout the branches of left and right.
Yeah, see, that sounds so nice.
While it's nice, it brings a whole set of like a whole slew of complications too. Don't worry, lobbying still exists, but not to like that obscene degree of like that whole capital game that is played out in the U.S. And it is sad to see that the state of affairs and like the disparity or like discrepancy between the poor and the rich, like that clear line that you can see for some states, especially like up in Chicago or in Seattle. It's crazy. I'm sorry, I'm just taking I just have to like do like that's crazy, Joe Rogan.
No, it makes sense. It's sort of like one of those things where I'm sure there's like strengths and weaknesses, like in all systems. It's like, it's interesting. I like the idea of like a rank choice voting kind of scenario. I do remember Corey really brought up like a really solid point on that, though, that I hadn't really thought of, which was like, he did bring up the fact that like historically, like Germany went pretty dark, like in the 40s. And starting in the 30s, but it's like,
since the 20s, late 20s.
Yeah, that's true. But that was partially due to like there being so many different parties that to come to prominence and take like total control of the government actually didn't require like a very massive amount of people. Like, you could have kind of a fringe movement, and if you have like 13% of the populace, like it could really take a pretty solid foothold. So like one of the strengths of like a two-party that Corey pointed out that I thought was really interesting was did we do it? Oh, sorry, Chris. Is it daylight savings, really? Oh no.
Yeah.
No, really?
So annoying.
No, are you messing with me?
I absolutely hate daylight savings, and I wish that weren't a thing that we had. We actually voted it out in California, and like what's sad is this is just going like kind of backs up like the problem with like like bad language and stuff in government, but it was on the ballot in California and everybody thought they voted it out. But all we voted for, it turns out, if you look at like the fine print in what we voted for, it was voting for an exploration of getting rid of it.
Oh.
So we just basically voted to hand a bunch of money for people to go, yeah, we should get rid of it, but we won't.
Like, what are you guys on about? Because my daylight savings time isn't kicking until the 28th.
Okay. I think that's hold on.
You scared me now.
No. We're on a different daylight savings, I think.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me make sure this actually happened.
Yeah.
If it happened, I wouldn't even know.
Daylight savings in Norway, Jake.
Yeah, it's constantly dark here. You're definitely right up on that.
That's true. So that's a good question, actually. What is your weather like in Norway? Is it really
Cold.
snowy? That's all I imagine.
Cold,
like
depressive, just like it's just like North Dakota. It's just a lot nicer without the weapons and stuff.
I like that description. That's pretty good.
It is actually a fine day. It's clear blue skies. The sunlight hit me. Sorry, I'm not used to look at the sun. I'm living in a part where like between winter and between summer, it's called spring and autumn. What the hell? Between spring and fall, it's sort of like a normal cycle, but as soon as like you hit summer, it's sunlight 24/7. And if it's winter, it's almost constantly dark. It's like 3 hours of sun, and then you're just bye, good night. So yeah.
So one question, because when I lived in the Northwest and we didn't get a ton of sun for like it was like almost like 3/4 of the year, it's just rain and cloud coverage. So it's just like So a lot of people in the Northwest like would own these like UV lights that you would like. It's just like a light with like a tent attached to the front of it that you would put your head in just to get like UV rays so you didn't get depressed. Is that a common thing in like Norway?
It's called light cure or like a it's a for light therapy. And it's for those that are seasonally affected, who's got seasonal affective depression. I'm one of those people who's got that SAD thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And while I haven't tried the light therapy, I would have wanted to try it, but I haven't had a need to it because it's usually around these times that I don't have anything or like anything to do necessarily. But since I'm working with comics right now, I'm more life fulfilled right now, and I have like that extra energy to do things.
Right? Yeah, like I think that's great because like I actually do think, at least for myself, like I feel like I think there are certain people, and I would include myself in this, that just feel compelled to make stuff. And if we get out of the habit of making stuff, we get really depressed.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I would include myself in that. I know I also suffer from depression that goes outside of just situational or seasonal. You know, it's just this lingering darkness.
Yeah, but that's like the entrapment whole thing. I do have like depression outside of the seasons too. It's just a matter of circumstance and what I do at that certain point of time. But I get heavily affected during the winter.
Yeah. Oh, totally. I mean, I had to move from the Northwest because of that. Because it's just like it takes over, and it makes a lot of sense because like I think it's almost like I do think as human beings we're meant to have sunlight. Like it's a weird thing, but you know, I definitely got pampered with that with living in California, and then Frank's pretty pampered too because like Texas tends to have like relatively good weather. Save lately not so much.
Lately,
for the most part, yeah.
But I mean, in general, it's like, you know, pretty I don't know. I guess California probably has the best though, but we got great weather. But that's the one thing that I love about California. It's like the cost of living is through the roof. It's insane. But it's just like, you get that sun and that does help me at least. But I also find like sun or whatever the environment, if I'm not making something, I start going nuts. Like,
Yeah.
I have to be actively engaged in like trying to create. I don't know. Do you feel that at all, Frank? Like,
I feel great. No, yeah, like if I don't create, if I'm not like doing anything, like if I don't have a purpose for the day, like I can get in a funk or just kind of like waste the day. But once I get up and like start doing something, that's when like I'm feeling a lot better and like I'm more productive. So
yeah.
so I'm trying to get myself in the habit of getting back to doing stuff in the morning when I get up. Because lately I got myself in a bad habit of staying up super late.
Oh, I hope I didn't assist in that with these crazy late night streams. Night gang.
Night gang.
Night gang. But now I'm just trying to balance it out. Yeah, like but yeah, like I feel what you're saying, like just being able to create and like do something and it'll really get you out of that funk. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right
it's
now
so
I'm
weird.
yeah. Right now I'm working on a panel here and like I was gonna do it later today, but I'm like, hey, well I'm up, I'll do it now.
I love it. And also just so you know, like nobody just I want you guys to know too, because this is a casual stream and stuff, nobody's obligated to stay either. So if like either of you get really tired or whatever, you're free to.
Are you kidding me? I have to.
Oh, I love it. That's good.
Because
you're powering through all the pages, man.
No, I got a 24-hour shift, man.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, you're doing the 24-hour comic.
Yeah, I've been doing like one. I did one like on Tuesday, and now I have to do one just to like power through it so I can submit tomorrow.
I want to show this real quick, because like I had lost my copy, and we've had him on the show a couple times. But if you guys are into like 24-hour comics or something, read this book. Get a hold of a copy of this book. This guy, David Chelsea, he's like the king of 24-hour comics. There's a documentary about him making 24-hour comics. He's like the best at it. Not just that, this is like one of the most underrated autobio comics around. So definitely worth it. It's like one of those ones a lot of people passed over. It's out of print, but you can still get it on Amazon. So I recommend it, especially if you're into 24-hour comics. So.
Oh yeah, he's the one that's doing Perspective.
Yeah, he's crazy. He's crazy awesome. I still am always weirded out that he wants to come on Artcasters. Yeah. But I felt that way in Portland when I used to hang out with him. I was like, I don't know why he wants to hang out. Like the guy's like pretty, like, but he's just a guy. I mean, I guess that's the thing. It's like once you do art long enough, you start realizing like these are all these artists are just people. It's kind of weird. But he was definitely one of those guys because I had read that book before I ever did autobio comics. And I was just so weirded out when he wanted to hang out because I was like, you're a huge influence on my work. I can't believe you just want to hang out. Like it's kind of cool. Anyway.
So speaking of like learning, what sort of like books have made you guys get into like deeper into like comics? Or what sort of like what are the most essentials to you in a sense?
You want to hit that, Frank?
Like what books like just got us or got me into comics in in general, or just
No,
like
not like introductory, like getting into the comics full time. It means, I mean, sort of like what sort of like key openers for your understanding of the medium and the art in of itself. Like, take for example, understanding comics is the common or like the de facto go-to book, and making comics the Marvel way.
Yeah, that's what I
Are there
was
any
saying.
other books that you got?
Let's see. I know I got some recently that I was looking up, but like David Chelsea's perspective, and so that kind of explains the perspective part a little bit more. But just wanting to like tell my story in or a story in kind of a different way, or like Mouse by Spiegelman. Like when I first came across that, uh, I think I was like in my early 20s, and so I thought it was interesting that he did it as my cartoon characters, so but he's telling a pretty interesting story in just a more appealing way, because you're talking about the Holocaust, you're talking about people getting killed, but the way his art kind of portrayed that, and the art was, and it's good art, but it wasn't like anything like Van Gogh or anything, but it was like very appealing. So that always stuck with me, like I wanted to do something like that. Um,
That's awesome.
and then and also making comics the Marvel way got me more into wanting to make comics, but then seeing books like Mouse, and now running across Joshua's two stories where it's like, oh, I could tell a story about my life. So the Captain Courage story that I started working on, which I want to get back to, it's part like it's superhero. It's there's a crime fighting and things like that, but there's like little parts that are autobiographical, autobio.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's it's in the first 9 go with the superheroes. There's the it's in 2 sections. So the first section is like the Captain Courage beating up this criminal. The second section, he has to go fulfill a promise, and it's to visit this lady in the hospital, which was the daughter of a soldier he knew back in his time. Well, that lady is actually my mom, and when I wrote that, I drew that. It was after my mom had just passed away, and I wanted a way to kind of like deal with that. So I drew her in the comic as kind of to like pay tribute, so that he goes and visits. So I want to continue that story. So I want to get back to it, but I want to be very respectful of it, because it is the story of my mom. So try and find a way where I can touch on it a little bit more, and but still telling the story of Captain Courage, but also sharing a little bit about my mom, so the audience can know a little bit more. And so just kind of combining that, a little bit of autobio and something like fantastical, like superheroes.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. I think one thing that has helped me with a similar thing, because it's like in this second 2 stories book, it's like I'm talking a little bit about my father, who passed away years ago. And what's weird is the comic that I haven't published that I finished also talks about that. So I will just tell you, like, in retrospect, having done that before, it makes me feel a little less of a burden to like almost like hit the story perfectly accurately, because I realize like it's material I'll probably use multiple times. So like, I don't know if that helps at all, but it's like, I feel like, writing about it is good. And like, let's say you accidentally don't get it right the first time, realize like you're a storyteller, and, you can mind that, and get it right in the future too. If you, if you don't, because I do understand there's like with that kind of thing, there's definitely like legacy concerns and stuff like that. So, but at least for me, it's like I was a little surprised that it's like, oh, it's something I can talk about again. It's not necessarily like bound to the one story. I don't know if that makes sense, but
no,
Yeah.
makes sense.
but yeah, I think for comics that really expanded my mind on comics, it's weird, but it's like I'm not like a huge fan of books about the art of comics, like in general. Like, I mean, I like collections and stuff like that, but it's like I feel like you learn a ton more just looking at the art. But I will say, like, the doing comics the Marvel way or whatever blew my mind. The David Chelsea books on perspective are great, like as a tool to like learn stuff. Drawing comics the Marvel way when I was a kid, that was like the book, I think for a lot of people. But like what's taught me more about comics, like one of the reasons I love Chris Ware is I think every time Chris Ware puts something out, I learn something new about comics. And that's one of the reasons I like Ware, for just changing my mind on what comics could do. It's like, I would say like Dave Sim was one of the early guys to kind of open my mind for like what was possible in black and white. And like with hand lettering and stuff like that. It's complicated because it's like I think part of why Corey and I even started doing the indie review show is like there's a ton of books, a ton of graphic novels, even Tezuka, who we talked about, Jake, like you and I got in a long conversation about him a couple streams back, but it's like I learned so much from A Drifting Life just about like pacing and storytelling. And definitely like he's really good at not always literally depicting characters, but like sometimes doing like a panning scenic shot while there's conversation happening and stuff. Like his staging is really great. But it's like, yeah, it's one of those things where there's definitely guys, but like the big influences are definitely like Chris Ware, probably Daniel Klaus, like Charles Burns when it comes to just like feathering. Like if you want to learn feathering, just dissect Charles Burns. I mean, it's complicated in the sense of what all is there. But when I read a book that's like for me, I don't get a lot out of making comics books. Like that may be unpopular to say, but it's just like especially Scott McCloud. I don't really. I know it's terrible to say, but it's like I don't really think I've even read Scott McCloud. Like I've heard him quoted a lot, but I don't know. I don't have a ton of interest, which is weird. I don't know. Maybe that makes me a bad person, but I don't know. But that book you were recommending, Jake, sounds pretty cool, actually. So
the visual guide of the comics.
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
Yeah, I looked it up. It's like $40 on Amazon, but there's only one copy left. Like, oh.
Oh no!
I'm sure you can find more, and it does sound interesting. I was like, oh man, like I don't know if I can get it right now.
Yeah. What about you? Like, what about you, Jake? Like, what? I have read some academic writing that Spiegelman made. So he's done like a couple papers and articles about the craft and history of comics and stuff that I found really compelling. But
Well, I'm more of like that approach. Fuck. It really like goes into this whole like mindset of wanting to like learn, and I guess that everyone has a different way of engaging with that mode of learning. And for me, I'm sort of that. I'm sort of the guy that wants to have a certain kind of filter, but it's such like a high standard filter that it's just more of like a more of a tool to like apply everything that you want to learn into something that is already existing, so that it fits in a certain framework. That sort of like differentiates probably my engagement with comics a lot of the times, because I'm wildly accepting of like every type of expression or like formatting or different type of like styling and technology that is being used to it. But at the same time, I try to have some kind of like grounding in more academic writing and in art books and in like different types of discussions outside of it being like merely presented itself as a product. So there's like this whole thing that I want to like try to crack. I want to see the Matrix, sort of. I'm very obsessed with trying to find a certain way that I can like communicate comics more effectively, and for like reasons of like economy of line, sort of give clarity and etc. And that has just like sent me down to like this madness of like buying a lot of comics and buying a lot of art books and a lot of academic books and stuff, and I'm sitting here like, dude, you got a debt payoff, you know that? And I'm like, yeah, but at the same time, I'm really I'm thirsty. I need that knowledge, and I'm young still, and if I stall now, I might not have the money to like get into it later. And I'm like, so I made up this whole like narrative excuse for myself to just like invest into things right now when you got the money for it, so that you won't be burdened to be saving for it for later. That's why I'm living like minimal, not buying clothes or riding the bus or owning a car and all that shit. I've just nulled out of the whole like conformity thing by living up to any status, because most of the time I'm just like a prisoner of my own making. I live at home, and I don't have to worry about what happens outside, except when a nuclear bomb drops. Then I'll be a little bit more concerned about my comics collection. But
I love that though, and I actually I think it's good that you were bringing up like stuff outside of comics, because I will say, like, you know, especially when I was in graduate school, I had to read like almost like the entire history of art criticism and theory, because fortunately, and at the time I felt very unfortunately, you know, if you're getting a graduate degree in art, you always have to get into the theory, the criticism. And so you have to read like Baudrillard's, like, you know, Simulacra stuff and all that nonsense.
Simulacrum. No, it's not nonsense. I love that stuff.
That's the thing.
It doesn't but that's just like a pension for it stretches as far as to how much is that relevant for my making and for my like use.
Yeah, and in like at the time it felt like nonsense, and then as time has progressed, it's been very helpful to know that, and know a lot of basic theory of postmodernism and stuff, because like Jake was, I think, alluding to, it's like it's actually really important and can inform and inspire your work and inspire different ways to like codify language, or like, you know, we're kind of in this process of like creating visual language, and so it's like the more you can kind of feed your mind of you know, with philosophy and different theories on art, different forms of criticism, like read Dave Hickey's Air Guitar. Like, actually I would recommend that for anybody who's like doing any art, but like it's really inspiring. And yet he's mostly writing about like neon artists, you know, like neon sign artists, but it's like it's still a great thing to read about, like, you know, are you going to be like creating art for beauty and truth, like, because if you are, that's not like the most postmodern approach, but it's very formalistic, and maybe you are a formalist, and if you're a formalist, it helps to know. It's like, there's a whole bunch of explorations that I think are really valid. So I'm glad you brought those up, because I think that I rarely even include that as like an influence, but it totally is,
Well, on the opposite, I'm more like a structuralist.
Yeah.
But I also borrow heavily from formalism, and
Yeah.
I do like expand it upon using certain types of postmodern techniques and teachings.
Yeah.
It's not like to shut it all out, because then there's like that whole discussion of like regurgitating words that you don't understand in a discussion, and then suddenly you become like upset about it, and that stuff. Like, postmodernism is catching a lot of bad rap, but the problem is that people don't see it like as a distinction. There's like a whole like subdivision of that whole like expansion. It doesn't stretch into postmodern thinking. It stretches into postmodern literary criticism and literary tools that is essential to our understanding. Like the genealogy of dialects, I think it was called, or there's some kind of genealogy book. Couldn't have existed without postmodernism. The works of Noam Chomsky couldn't exist without postmodernism, because he uses and applies it to like a better understanding than Saussure did, and Peirce, and what is it called? What's that dude called again? Oh, B.
Baudrillard?
Is it No, not Baudrillard.
The Arthur?
No. It's connotations, connotation, and connotation, denotation, anchoring, and like free. I can't remember. My mind is a little bit blurred right now, so I can't.
Yeah.
It'll come to me eventually. But these guys, they've contributed massively into like that whole expansion of the things, and the point is that thinking is also as fluent as language itself. It has to move on to make itself more clear, because that's how we are supposed to engage with the sciences. That we can like move onwards by making it understandable for everyone else, and to a degree having to update it. It's not rare that we have to update our knowledge. That way that we could understand and navigate the world more fluently. And if everyone is on board, we can have a more open discourse and all that. There's like this whole course called STS. And it's called in that course you'll learn about the social implications with technology and humanity, and in that there's like this whole thing called sociotechnical imaginaries. The part of like fiction, this is taught from a media studies perspective, the whole like speculative fiction and science fiction, all that, it sort of builds on the things and the conditions around. It discusses a lot of the conditions of today, but places them in a future or near future. But a lot of these socio-technical imaginaries introduce us to potentials and things that are possibly within our grasp for the next 20 to 30 years, and things that are more relative than ever. One of the best socio-technical imaginations that come out in the past couple of decades is The Matrix, because it discusses the simulation and simulacra pretty neatly. It wraps around the idea of hyperrealism, and hyperrealism is sort of what we live today, with like the internet being like the visor of our life, like a double, like we have like a double life. But the problem with the internet is that we archive our current moments. So it's sort of like a living snapshot. This whole like stream will become a VOD, and it will freeze in point in time to this specific date. And this hyper realistic representation of our reality will just be like a memory for the internet to archive and preserve, but we will keep moving onwards.
So Jake, just one quick question on the precession of the simulacra thing, which the only part of that like felt a little nonsensical when I was learning it in art school, and I still to this day think is a little overhyped, is so like, do you feel like it's kind of just a replica of the shadows on the wall argument, like the Socratic, like shadows cast in the cave?
That's the that's like the core, like that is the core discussion, like the shadows in the cave.
Yeah. So to me, like, that was the one thing that frustrated me about art criticism, was like, art criticism is great and it's valid, but I always felt like it was a little behind like philosophy, in the sense of it being like, it's this and it's digital and it's new, and it's like, actually this is a really old philosophical conundrum, like that isn't like necessarily like new. But then again, I also think it's valid and it's interesting. I don't know, I found like like the art world was like 50 years behind the literary world. And then the literary world was like, 2000 years behind the philosophy world.
Yeah, it might be like that, but that's why you need that's why readers are leaders in a sense, and if they don't cross with other disciplines, it becomes very pretty monotonous and probably repetitive or recursive. And regressive in some instances. Like, I want my discipline to be a little bit more exploratory into making their own kind of like things like media ethics. Ooh, and how that I want that kind of like a feel to be on like an aspiration, so that we could discuss about the more troublesome things about the internet and how we navigate the world today through like an ethical lens. That being said, that is sort of like the byproduct of having like the softer sciences secluding themselves.
Oh, I love that.
In the way that they keep like studying niche, and then there's like studying, and then there's trends that will happen in the academia for about 10 to 20 years upon that specific topic or that specific field, but it never gets brought up again until there's another faculty or just like a new revival with more breakthrough science. But they never seem to connect with other fields, so that it becomes more of like a talk throughout the faculties. I mean, it closed off. It could be happening individually with these professors, but it doesn't seem to be like a thing that will spread across people with other people, unless they engage intentionally with each other through having these talks officially with one another, and sort of like to come up from different viewpoints, but at the same time try to have a common understanding or like a common basis, and then try to find an alternate solution that leads into more of a common truth.
That's so true. I mean, it just seems like well, this is something that I think like needs to happen more across the board with cartoonists and artists in general, is like not just reading comics. Like we have to read other things than comics. Comics are great.
What?
But it's like, like enriching ourselves with like different stuff can actually like it can make you aware of things that are being done in comics that were done in literature like prior to comics, or done in like different disciplines like animation, or like some people like separate manga and comics, and
why would you do that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I understand.
Why would you separate that?
I will tell you one thing I relate to. I remember as a student thinking it was so weird that so many teachers seem to have a bias against manga, right? But then I taught some art classes at an art school, and I had kids who came in and they couldn't draw, and they were stuck on like a manga style, but they were using like a template. And it was kind of equivalent to like if I went to art school and I was drawing, like, keep in mind, this doesn't apply to anybody here, but it's like this was just my experience. So it's almost like if I went to art school and I just drew Snoopy really well, like Charles Schultz's Snoopy, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and then every assignment, all I did was draw Snoopy, like using that template. It was like that, where they were stuck on this one template and they weren't learning anatomy. They weren't learning the valuable things you need to learn to be a good artist, like regardless of what style.
Yeah,
and I remember it just being like, if you talk to them about that, they'd be like, but this is just manga. It's my style. And it's like, no, it's not. Like, it's not. And so I could understand after like a couple of years of doing that, where I was like, oh, that's why they hate manga. Like, because there's a bunch of kids who think they know manga who can't draw and are insisting that that's manga. And like, you know, but like where I would approach it differently than like a lot of the teachers that I had who were like anti-manga is I'd just show them really good manga and be like, no, this is where I want to get you. Like, and then it kind of broke down those barriers, you know, where it's like, if you pulled out like Akira and you're like, okay, like you're calling your style manga, but you can't draw perspective. Like, can you take a look at the original pages of Akira and tell me if that like person struggled with perspective? You know, they're like, oh, okay, I need to learn perspective. Or I'd be like, oh, you know, your balance of line or whatever. Or if they felt like stuck in like a Sailor Moon style, then I'd show them like other stuff than Sailor Moon and be like, you notice like Tezuka is a great example where it's like, if you look at his work, like it's hard to confuse him with another artist. He has his own voice, you know? And it's like being able to kind of get them to think outside of the box in that term like helped. But I do understand why, at least on an academic level, art teachers tend to separate, because I think there's a lot of it's kind of similar to superhero comics too, where there is the Marvel way of drawing, but if you're going into a life drawing class where you're supposed to learn how to draw from observation and you're drawing everybody like a Jack Kirby body, like you're not going to learn a ton about anatomy, you know, and Jack Kirby knew anatomy. And that's how he could draw so effectively when he was doing that template, you know? So it's like, yeah. I kind of get where the bias originates. I just think it's unfortunate because it's kind of like there's also a bias against graffiti in art schools. And it's just because the teachers and the students aren't aware of what good graffiti is. You know, it's like if they were aware of stuff, you know, like Mike Giant or whatever in his like crazy letter forms, then I don't think either teacher or student would be like, oh, that's problematic. They'd just be like, no. Okay, you're trying graffiti and you're sucking at it. Let me show you good graffiti. You know, like that's the way to do it. I don't know if that makes sense, but
no. You're actually touching on on major points that sort of comes down to touching on like personal or professional biases.
Yeah.
There's clearly a lack of, oh, hey, Frank, what are you dragging up here for?
I picked up these how to draw manga books. I can learn how to draw it a little bit better than Josh is saying I should throw them away. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust Christopher Hart. I'm sorry. If you want to draw manga, you study life first and then simplify.
But I do think like learning the templates isn't bad. Like you should learn the templates. It's just like don't get so stuck in a template that you don't you know, I've caught myself doing that too. I mean, like when it actually, Jake can pray. Actually, we got to take another break too, because we've been like over 3 hours now. I always do an hour, but I do think this is a good topic to get into because it's like, I know like most societies, like once you get to a certain age, like have you start drawing like badly. Like, and you're encouraged, at least in America, like in school systems where they're like, no, that's not how you draw a star. You draw a star like this, you know? And so you learn the symbol and then that becomes the coded language that you're using to draw with is like symbolically. And so when you have to actually draw representatively and come up with your own symbols and like more representations, it's like we're stuck in symbol systems. And so it's actually just like learning how to see is really tough. And I'm saying that while also drawing with symbols. You okay, Frank?
Yeah, my alarm's going off. Hold on.
Okay. That looked like from this perspective like a dinosaur attacked and shook the house or something. But anyhow, so the it's funny that I'm saying this about symbols though, and like I'm working on a page that's literally using symbols.
No, you're using semiotics.
Yeah. Semiotics are awesome though.
Yeah, that's what comics are built on.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I will be right back. I'm going to take a very brief break and get a refill of coffee. So you guys talk amongst yourselves, but I think that's cool that you're learning manga, and I don't want to disparage manga because it's brilliant. It's just like, you know, there's a bad way of it and a good way of it, just like everything else, you know.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can go, Josh.
Okay, sorry. Now's where you guys talk about like how bad Josh Kemble's live stream is. All right.
Oh no.
All of you saw it in the Discord, Jake, but I drew Captain Courage in a manga style.
Yeah, I saw that. That was a good attempt.
Nice, I sent it to Josh also right now.
Yeah, you should. Just to show the stream too. Oh,
I saw Shell's comment I should draw a anime girl with big eyes. I was like, I don't want to draw that right now. Give me a minute, I'm ready to start.
No. What you should have done if Shell brought that up on you, you just need to say, "Pay me." I should have to think a little bit long about that, but it was good.
Yeah, and I think I said it in the Daily Time Punch. What made it manga was I just didn't color it. But yeah, that's something I've been, and I talked about before that I want to do like a Captain Courage manga.
Yeah.
At least, like not an ongoing series, but like just like a one shot.
Yeah, I think that could be a fun project for you to expand your techniques into, so that you can get a little bit of that manga feel to it too, if you want to. There's what some would say a market for that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And tapping into that and having that as a not as an artistic influence, but sort of like an in, because I think that a lot of creators also want to use or apply quote unquote style as sort of like an into a crowd, or wanted to like appeal to a certain demographic that hasn't had a lot of exposure with certain type of work. I for one do that. Like for this comic, I draw with a little bit of infused of manga, but at the same time I'm influenced by Shane Glines, who's been working on JLA and other projects.
Yeah.
So there is definitely an experimentation that you should try to evolve and try more of, if you feel so inclined. It's not necessary. You don't have to force yourself to do it.
And this is gonna be the first time I'm saying this in public, but I'm doing the Captain Courage and Masculine mini comics. But I'm thinking after I finish these mini ones, because I do want to do it as a bigger story, that I might do either start doing it in a manga style or do a couple of one shots in a manga style. So,
nice. What I'd like to see, Frank, and I mean this, I still want to see you divert and do auto bio of the crazy like shutdown in Texas of like all the electric, because it's just, to me, like what a crazy awesome story, and I haven't seen any comics about it yet. Like your story, just like what you described, was like so fascinating. Like, don't get me wrong, I want to see the Mask Woman stuff as well in Captain Goggles, but it's like I'm always trying to push people into this very unprofitable auto-bio realm. I'm like, forget the thing that might actually make money. Like, do the non-money making stuff that I like to read, that Tezuka liked too, but then he'd do his money making ventures after. Because even in Japan, slice of life, like if you notice, like when people talk about oh my gosh, now I'm blanking out because it's like 4 a.m. But if people talk about like Miyazaki films, like they aren't usually talking about like, Whisper of the Heart. They're talking about like Nausicaa and like, all the
Nausicaa?
big epic. Yeah. They're talking about all the epic, sci-fi stuff, not like the slice of life,
I'm sorry, but most of the directors behind Ghibli aren't Miyazaki. Whisper of the Heart was not made by him.
Yeah. But I'm just saying,
I'm with you. Like, there's a lot of people that are talking about the North Studio, but rarely talk about the South Studio. The South Studio was that other guy that made Princess Kaguya and Grave of the Fireflies and Pompoko. And I love Pompoko. That is such a... If you look at that movie in high definition, I swear you're going to have a stroke, because that the crispness of that film is so... there's like this winter scene, and it's like in a construction site, and then there's like this container, and I look at the pain on the glass of the fog of like the winter breath that is so like good, beating into it. I couldn't believe it that they managed to do that without, or it has to be like some kind of like computer technology involved in that. But I love that scene so bad.
Oh yeah,
it was so good, and I don't know, that movie it's such a wholesome movie. Oh
yeah,
and it's just a bunch of raccoons.
It's great though. It's like it's a good one. It's funny. My wife introduced me to all of those films because she has like some DVD collection that literally has everything. It's kind of amazing. We got it in college, but it's excellent. Grave of the Fireflies too. That's one to watch on a sunny afternoon and feel really good about life afterwards.
Oh yeah, right after Barefoot Gen, definitely.
And then just like kick back and read Mouse afterwards, and you've got yourself like a really comfortable afternoon with like no depression at all. About humanity.
And just like added to like a spiritual lift up, watch Jinro after that.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that's a good idea, Frank, to explore and like try different things. I mean, I used to draw in a much more like cartoony, less representational style, and then my styles just evolved like to the point where like now I can kind of work in multiple styles. And the style I end up working with, like default, kind of is like this weird amalgamation that I don't even see, but other people see, and it's kind of weird, But I think the more you explore and incorporate other stuff, like to me, even like somebody like I love the I'm gonna forget the artist's name, but the graphic novelist that does Hilda, which Netflix picked up.
Oh yeah, I love that.
It's like one of those things where it's the animation's so well done too, and very much honors the comics, but just the style and the color palette and stuff like that. It's like you can look at that and you can't divorce it from a manga influence, but it goes in a totally different direction, and it's like it's its own thing, So it's like I actually think like the more you can pull different influences and stuff, the better,
Yeah, I sent you the Captain Courage I did in a manga style. It was my first attempt in Messenger. So
On Facebook or on the okay, here we go.
Facebook.
Okay. And when did you send it?
Just no. Let me check if it went through. It might drop me off.
I don't see it, so resend it.
I'll resend it.
Awesome. And then I'll throw it in there for people to check out. So yeah, I think that's cool, Frank. I also think it's cool you're like pulling from. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, so there is Frank's Captain Courage in a manga style. I kind of dig it.
Yeah.
Did Frank freeze? I think he froze.
Yeah, that sort of like happens. He'll be back. It reminds me a lot of like Dragon Ball in a way.
Yeah, I actually kind of dig it.
Yeah.
It looks a little Dragon Ballish. Yeah, that's cool. You know, Dragon Ball, like I got really into Dragon Ball Z. He's probably going to join in a second. Yep. But Dragon Ball Z, like the cartoon, when I was a kid, I was like really into it. But as I got older, I was like, that's terrible. And then I read some of the original Dragon Ball. But there's like a charm to it, you know, but it's like the charm of like seeing people power up for like 5 episodes where they're just like, exactly.
Like and then epic shit, yeah.
Exactly. And it just would basically like pan from one epic shit to another and then be like, will this happen on the next episode? And you're like,
Find
okay.
out on the next episode of Dragon Ball shit.
Yeah. But then you read the original Dragon Ball and you're like, oh crap, this was amazing.
Yeah, it's like a 9-day difference. But that's because of like stretching out the show and all that stuff. Like the opposite problem happens with One Piece because it keeps on adding material rather than to like stretch it out.
Oh yeah, I found that about like I actually really enjoyed Naruto too for a little bit. But the animated Naruto is like it's maddening because it's like the plot develops and then it's like 10 episodes of like let's go get noodles. And you're like, come on, like another like filler episode, or they throw in like these weird filler episodes where it's like now we're gonna have the hip hop villain and it's like the guy's like rapping his like it just felt like a 1980s filler
rapping
episode.
His jutsu.
And
I get you.
Yeah, but I do like at its core I like that show, although I still feel like it also was kind of a bummer when you find out that he's not like it was fun when he was an outsider who had the power that was kind of proving like the hierarchy of the social order wrong. And you still had like, you know, characters like I'm blanking out on his name, like Bushy Brow. I forget what his Rock Lee. Like you have characters like that who through just like grit and determination are proving their worth. And then Rock Lee like gets pretty much taken out. And then you find out that Naruto is actually like a descendant of like the hierarchy. And it's like, oh, well, so he's not even like he's, you know, it's, I don't know. It felt like it kind of, it starts as like this hero's journey of like coming from nothing to like achieving everything. And then you find out it's actually like, no, it's really secretly like the prince's bloodline son. So it's, I don't know. That was a little disappointing to me too.
Yeah. The whole like power creep and the constant retconning of the lore and the blood lineages, they really fucked that up royally. Especially when they tied that up to the moon goddess. That was in the like the late story arcs.
Isn't that the way that's almost like Shippuden, right? Or
it's also post Shippuden. Naruto the Last is the one that touches heavily on that because Hinata gets kidnapped by the moon goddess and ends up on the moon.
Okay.
And it's wild, but the Rinnegan, the Rinnegan, I can't remember the 10-tailed beast thing with Madara. at like the fourth Ninja War and all that stuff doesn't even come close to like the worst retcon of like everything, because it all ties to like the descendants of like one who's just like ascended to godhood essentially in the status. And everyone is sort of like delineated from that branch of that family. So in a sense, it creates sort of like a weird incestuous vibe if you get like really nitty gritty to it. I don't like it at all because I kind of like want that information to stay away from me, because it felt more inviting to having like a massive world that probably have existed for a good amount of years, and the way that it sort of like developed itself, it just ruined more and more of that universe.
Yeah, I definitely would agree. I think it was at its strength when he was this kid who grew up with nothing and was going to kind of change the world, and through his own grit and determination. Like, I think that was much more appealing than like this strange like lost heir to the throne kind of thing, where you're like, oh well, now it's just another story, like sort of defending the order of things as they are. Anyhow, whatever. How
Don't
you
get
doing,
me wrong,
Frank?
I do enjoy the first part of Naruto.
Yeah, it was fun, and it's it's like it definitely pulls from a lot of stuff, but it's like I don't know, it was a fun, felt unique for a little bit there, And I did enjoy the pervy sage. That was a great character.
Yeah, I love Jiraiya.
Did you get the picture, Josh?
Oh, yes. I showed it on the stream. We were saying it reminded us of Dragon Ball a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then talking to people about checking out the original Dragon Ball as opposed to Dragon Ball Z, because it's pretty amazing. Yeah, it's very cool. I could get into that.
Yeah, you mentioned One Piece, so I used a little bit of that as inspiration, just the way they do the cross hatching, the lines.
Nice. I probably overly use cross hatching. I need to pull back on it, but I don't know. I enjoy the hell out of it. I used to have a very clean line style that would only use like feathering. And then, I don't know, something happened in grad school. I either lost my mind or like found my style, and now I cross hatch the hell out of everything.
It's been brought up a lot now during this conversation about style. What is your definition of that?
That's a hard one. I mean, I think style is what you do wrong.
Well, that's an approach.
Because I think if you could draw perfectly, like, you may not have a style, But it's like, I feel like if I think of like Jack Kirby, for instance, like a lot of what Jack Kirby did kind of incorrectly, but so correctly for himself, like, is sort of what became his style, But yeah, I don't know. I think style is like a distinct voice that the more true to your own art you get develops, but I don't think it should be something that inhibits. Like, I think the false use of style is an excuse to draw badly.
Oh, yeah.
The right use of style is like just sort of inherent. It's like almost like a good guitarist has style, right? Like, one of the reasons everybody likes Hendrix isn't just that he like shredded, but it's the way he shredded.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys who can outplay him, but just it doesn't feel like that. Like, the string bend just doesn't have that like oomph, like, it is hard to define though. How do you define style?
Me? I'd say it's more like a shorthand of your current experiences. Like, think of it like the way that you draw and everything that you know already. and everything that you have sort of like accumulated up to now at this point, and then you sort of like draw on the instincts of like, these are the shapes that I want to use, and these are the shorthands that I want to use to attain that with ease. So it's more or less like simplifying what you know already that is effective. The problem is that a lot of people see style as style, not style as a substance-based kind of like guide to your way of like drawing. For me, I don't see myself having like any type of like style, because I'm still learning a lot of things on my way.
Got it.
It is sort of indicative to me that, hey, maybe it should be like a time to like get on and maybe try to settle down for like one way of formatting your comics and all that. And I'm slowly climbing towards it, but I need to study more. I need to do more life drawing. I need to do more gesture drawings, and I need to practice more. And I'm a very bad I'm a very bad artist in that regard.
Yeah, it's hard
So
to.
it'll take more time than it should be taking.
Are you a bad artist in that regard though? Because it's like you are doing pages, which in itself is practice. So
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I still view it drawing like this as a form of practice, because if I didn't draw right now, I wouldn't have known that the shorthands and the things that I'm learning right now would become probably essential for me to like pull these crunches a little bit more quicker whenever I'm gonna have to do them in the future.
yeah,
And
you gotta have.
you gotta have like what are called reproductive serendipity or productive serendipity.
Mhm.
That is to like see every opportunity as a form of like a learning opportunity, and so that you can work towards bettering yourself, but you do that through practice. And if you don't have the time to dedicate to draw like for practice sake, you can always try to implement it in your work and then become better at that as a result. That's sort of like the way that mangakas do it when they are drawing, because there are those that start out pretty bad, but at the end, when they have been doing it for so long, they start to pick up things and they become more quicker and more adept at drawing. And it's crazy to see like one of the like go-to examples that I'm bringing up when it comes to that is Hirohiko Araki, because Araki was terrible drawing wise. He had a lot of whimsical ways of expressing himself with like big blocky dudes and all that stuff. But as soon as he like got into JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, he started to gradually improve upon his art, as it were. And when you get to like part 4 or part 5 of JoJo, you really start to see that fine art influence that comes really hard into like part 7 and part 8 of the books. But then he had been drawing for about 20 years, 30 years. So he had a lot of time to practice and still make money of that. I think that's sort of like the secret of becoming a successful mangaka too, in that you practice and getting paid for for practicing. And that's a good motivator.
Yeah.
So if you want to support me on Patreon,
I like that.
You have a Patreon?
No, I don't have Patreon. I was just being joking. But if I did, I would have probably been a bit more sincere. I don't know.
It's actually not that off though, because like I learned a ton. Like for instance, at my day job, I have a very quick shorthand style that can work in multiple fashions, right? And it's definitely the way I approach that is a lot different than the way I approach like my personal art or these books, where it's like I have the luxury of doing like roughs and different iterations and stuff to kind of perfect it and make it the way I want it. But but it's like a lot of that was developed through just the hard knocks of actually doing art for clients, because it's like you definitely need to when you're all of your income depends on it, it changes your abilities, and also it changes your view of your abilities. And like if you're not going to eat because you're not doing it right, like you suddenly have a little more incentive to start learning. It's kind of
Yeah,
weird.
for me, it's more like when if I want to get good, despite whatever, if there's like what is that sword from the
Sword
from
of
the
Damocles.
if I don't have like my sword of Damocles is that if I don't draw, despite any circumstance, you'll never get anywhere, and so it's just like start. Because if you don't, you'll be falling behind, and in the end of the day, Stephanie Meyer is making bank with her books, and I'm like, damn, there's so much bad material out there. I'm just gonna like throw my hat into the ring, do or die. Come on.
That is a good way to do it. I mean, and it's actually a good thing to think, because when I started getting into doing art for a living, of course you have like all those doubts and stuff like that, but a good thing to keep in mind is like the people who like just walk through the grocery store and look at the worst designs that you can see that somebody got paid to do. And and like that shouldn't be like a compare and despair where you like feel good about yourself kind of thing, but it's more of like, hey, if somebody got paid to do that and you can do better, then why wouldn't you try? And it's also just honestly, like if you feel like there's something you're supposed to say, like I think that the act of saying it is really important. But I will also say, it's a way more fun way to make a living than like laying brick or something like that. Like not that that's even a bad way to make a living, but it's just like I the hardest day I have at my day job, I'm still super thankful that it's like the worst scenario is like, wow, this is not a lot of time to draw this in, like that's a fun problem to have. Even though it can feel like work, it's like, I'll take that over a lot of work.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's like those moments really makes you push yourself and try to it pushes your creative ace out. So yes. I think also style has that that whole time efficiency built into it, because then you will then you will start to realize that, hey, a lot of the things that I'm trying to do in the shortest amount of time is not because I'm lazy. It's because I'm trying to be effective at wanting to attain that that like specific thing. And so all of these things that you build up in your toolkit becomes helpful later down the line when you have been when you rethread that whole problem again. Take, for example, if you have a crunch upon 3 days and having to come up with a concept or a design, you can still base that information that you had processed earlier for a quicker access. So it become built into you as you go. So it's not all about just practice, but it's also about rethreading and reusing old problems that have occurred to you before, and take heed in what mistakes that you did then, so that you become way more efficient in your practice that you're doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that's great is like you do get better. Like my first graphic novel made a lot of mistakes that I'm not repeating, and it's like you just kind of learn through doing, like and honestly, you're going to learn a lot more through doing than through not doing. And so, and you're right about the shorthand stuff too, because, if you have a shorthand style too, then the style to have like when it's longhand. a good example is like when you're first life drawing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna find yourself frustrated with the time limit.
Yeah.
Most people, like first life drawing classes, you're gonna feel like, oh, it's only a 20-minute pose. Like I need like an hour. I need a day. You know, um, and you're gonna just constantly hit up against that frustration of like there's just not enough time. There's not enough
Mm-hmm.
time, and you're gonna have like an instructor who's just like loosen up, and you're gonna be like, but I don't want to like I want to finish this drawing, like, you know. And it's that's a pretty common thing. But what's weird is when it unlocks, you're suddenly going to feel like that's just way too much time, because you'll have developed a quick way to gesture and capture what you need, you know.
Yeah.
But that's not the end product either, because the second you've learned how to do that, you can decode it, and then you know what to spend time on. So that's the catch, is like, it's like initially when you're in the room life drawing and you're frustrated that you don't have time, you're frustrated at the wrong thing. Like you're not capturing the right information in the short amount of time you have.
Mm-hmm.
But then once you've figured out how to do that, then you can dedicate that time to the things that really do need time to execute. And
Mm-hmm.
like that's the kind of conundrum. So it's like I think that I totally agree with you, that it's like even developing a shorthand gives you a better longhand. Like the fact that I have styles where I can do very quickly, and execute like passable, professional art, helps me when I have my own personal projects to see them actually get done. Even if it takes a while, I know what I'm dedicating my time to.
Yeah.
And I definitely agree. But I do think finding your style can be almost like a fruitless search, because you find it through the very process you're describing, which is like you're gonna, come up against a time constraint, or you're gonna, like, for the first time have to draw a building for your story, and you have 3 days to do it, or a day to do it, or an hour to do it, and you just start figuring out through that process of doing, like, what your voice is. It's kind of like being a writer, I mean, when you're writing short stories or like writing an essay or something like that, you don't really know what your voice is until you start saying things, and then you can kind of start figuring out your voice.
Yeah. In the sense that I got like a weird approach when it comes to comics in particular, in that I mentioned that to a lot of people in AAA, that I see comics as a sort of like a math problem.
Yeah.
And that when I sort of like started to build upon the thought, when I started to ruminate it made more clear sense to me that it's sort of like a math equation that you're trying to pull. And with all the information that I had been reading from the academic books, and the way that I've been studying comics on my own time with like different books, I started to realize that, holy shit, I can see it now.
Mm-hmm.
And I started to like notice that the pacing and the way that it structures has sort of like its own like conventions and stuff, and it has furthered my engagement with the whole medium, to find these little like knickknacks of efficiencies, where I should be landing economy of line, where I should be applying different details, and where I should be doing this and that. And it has not led to like the creation of the content itself, but it's also like within the panels, but it's also like how you formally structure the page and stuff. There's like one of the guys that have helped me to understand that part in a very grounded manner is Thierry Grunstein, who is a French comics studies professor.
Oh, nice.
Who explained in the system of comics that there is frame, and then there is hyperframe, and then there is metaframe. And so the hyperframe was the page, whereas the frame was just one unit, which will be like the panel. And then there's the metaframe, which will be like the entire book itself. And the metaframe, hyperframe, and panel could be just that one page that you're drawing on an A4 with a crude pencil.
Mm-hmm.
But then I started like doing all these like crossovers of all these research things, and it suddenly just like clicks. And I love that. This is one of my favorite things. I call whenever something like loosens itself up, where I do like creative solutions and stuff, I call them clicks, because everything just like, ooh, there's like this surge of energy that you get when you discover something new, and when it's like benefits you to understand things. Like when I was doing this comic, right, the one that I'm doing right now, I didn't have a lot of massive clicks because I knew that I was going to do this stuff because it was sort of like an easy solution, because there's a lot of mirroring and a lot of lazy panel layouts and all that stuff. But I could accept it because I needed to do this page or like this comic in a very short time, and so I had to create certain solutions that I knew from beforehand it would have been not up to my standard, but it sort of like constrained me because I was putting so much work into another comic that had a lot of other like creative solutions put into it, or those like exploratory things. So yeah,
I think
it's weird.
That's an interesting description, though, because I think actually that's part of the process too. Is like I used to be really judgmental of a lot of people's comics until I had to do them in reality. And then it's like the second you do like a full comic, like a 24-pager or whatever, at least for me, like my judgment of other people's comics changed, where I was like looking at, like you were saying, like the shorthand that people were using, and I was like, oh, that's brilliant, you know? Whereas like I might have like prior to that been like, oh, well, that's lazy, you know, like that kind of thing. It's like you start kind of developing a better appreciation and a better understanding of the thing in action. So I guess my point is like, it'd be kind of like how in theory I could know how to build a wall, right? Like in my backyard or something, right? I could theoretically know how to like lay concrete and stack bricks on top of each other and like build a wall. But the practice of doing it is like a totally different game. And once you kind of get into that, like a lot of the theoretical becomes practical, and a lot of the theoretical that's not practical gets abandoned, you know, until you can get the theoretical and the practical kind of to combine. But the theoretical feeds the practical, and I think that's great. So, but yeah, I feel like what you described is like is pretty accurate to my experience in comics. And what I usually do is like, if I come across something really theoretically compelling, I'll kind of like catalog it for later use or for use on a page where where the theoretical thing will work, you know?
Yeah. I do that too, in sort of ways, and that sort of like feeds into developing that visual language that you're trying to aim for too.
Yeah, for sure.
Because there is some transference of that sort of like that feeds into that shorthand thing. Like you want to communicate effectively, but you don't have the time to go into a lot of details, and so you start to ponder on how does that negative spacing apply, or when should it apply. And like one of my examples in the comic that I'm doing is that I try to establish where we are and how the interior looks and who the players are, but I don't want to go into massive details later in the page. I just want to break down to like the essential information that I want to show to the reader.
I love that.
That will like test the reader's patience, probably, if they aren't that interested in sort of like that type of comic. But yeah, I've grown to appreciate a lot of weird comics and like out there type of comics too. Um, I was recently reading Kate Skelly's Maids, and it looks like pretty pop artish, very flat, not a lot of details, but she communicates effortlessly the things that she wants to present. The subject matter of two sisters working as maids in a French mansion, and tries to like do that quite effortlessly with few panels, not a lot of action, but when you get like the action, you get the crucial details and the crucial information out of it, and it looks stylishly good. There's also like this other book that I don't remember the title of. I think it's called Roly Poly. It's published through Fantagraphics. I don't remember the author, but Roly Poly it's got like this this South Korean / manga influence to it, but it's done super flat, and it looks gorgeous. Like those neon colors, they pop. I love them. I don't like the lines of it at times, but it's just like for its subject matter, it's pretty cool, and it's taken a lot of time probably.
Yeah, there's a couple artists that like come to mind when I think about like a really simplistic style that effectively communicates like, you know, with minimal line. I can't wait till we get to some of these with the indie review show that I'm doing with like Corey. But one of my favorite cartoonists is actually Dash Shaw, who's like somewhat like, he's kind of controversial in the sense that his style is very simplistic and very like broken down. But I absolutely love what he does with storytelling with this kind of just very minimal style. And I think there's guys like that. Like, I mean, we did do a review of Graham Annabelle, who I think is a master at like simplification of line, and yet like just really compelling storytelling. And it's like just with almost stick figures, you know. It's kind of amazing. But like the more you go down that route, I mean, that's one of the reasons I love Chris Ware. Is, I mean, he's very complex, but the complexity of his art like comes from more of like complex simplicity. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like he doesn't labor stuff that doesn't need to be labored. It's just, it's all essential information, and it's kind of amazing. Okay. We're at 4 hours, so I'm going to take my 2-second break. And I will be coming back to finish this last panel on this crazy page.
Man, I'm slow.
Symbolism.
I've only done one page throughout these hours.
That's not slow. I mean, this is one page, and similarly, this is just a rough. Like, this isn't my final. If this were my final, we'd be well into tomorrow to like 2 or 3 days. So don't worry, that's not slow.
I need to wrap up at least 5 pages today. I'll see if I can cut a break if ever.
That won't be bad though. Well, we'll be keeping you company for a while. How's it going, Frank? Are you doing everything looking okay on your end? I know it's like even later in the morning for you.
Yeah, it's 6:44 a.m. in the morning.
Very impressive, Frank.
I finished up page 2 of issue 2.
Hell yeah.
I have all the pencils as a mini comic. Now I'm just I'll take a picture, put it on the computer, and doing all that stuff.
I love it. All right, well, I will be back. Ooh, I love that. But I will be back shortly in about 20 seconds, and then gonna finish this page. It's gonna happen. I will tell you, just so it makes you feel better too about time. I inked this on the last 2 streams, and this one panel took me like 7 hours. So, in case it makes you feel better.
No, it doesn't.
So if you're doing a page in less than 7 hours, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think I threw. I don't know how many hours I did. I think I did 4 now. Of the current one that I that was seen on screen. That was sent to you.
Oh yes. That's impressive. How long was that?
The page?
Mm-hmm.
Work time or the sequences?
Like work time.
I think I clocked about 4.5 hours before I wrapped up. And no, I'm lying. I've been working at that. I've been slaving about that thing for 9 hours, plus minus.
I love it. It's got a very Blade Runner vibe to it.
Yeah, it's a Blade Runner ripoff. I'm sorry.
There's nothing wrong with a Blade Runner ripoff. Like half of, I mean, you could argue the Matrix is a Blade Runner ripoff.
No, it's a Dark City ripoff.
That's true. But and like I'm just saying, like when you start getting into like cyberpunk and stuff, it like there's commonalities, So.
Yeah, I took a lot of Akira and Blade Runner into it.
I love it. Not bad influences. Okay, so I will be back in about 20 seconds, so feel free to commence the crap talking of my channel while I am gone. I'm just kidding.
Did you see what he was wearing?
No, what was he wearing? Shh, post stream. We'll talk about it then, okay?
Okay. On my stream.
Yeah, on your stream. Tune into the Turaco Hardcast. Go and subscribe to Honor Rob.
That's right.
All right. So, I'm back, so you can talk nicely again. Just kidding.
Like we weren't? Okay.
I know, I was just joking. So how's it going? Like how is Jake, are you making progress though? Like I hope we aren't impeding your progress.
I'm slowly getting there, sir. Don't worry about her.
The funny thing about comics, I always end up like really enjoying comics when I'm not doing them. And then I do them and I'm like,
that's
this
the story of my life. Oh.
Yeah, it's like, this is a lot of work. Why did I forget this was a lot of work? And then I'll finish like a rough page and I'm like, oh, that wasn't so bad. It's like an abusive relationship,
Yeah, it's sort of like the worst muse. Oh.
Like he's not bad. He buys me flowers, like that kind of thing.
Whoa, your abuser buys you flowers? Where did you pick that
afterwards?
Well, the flowers are like the result where I'm like, oh, I got a graphic novel. That felt good. And then I'm like doing the next one. I'm like, this does not feel good. This is very painful.
That is totally the opposite. Here, I was expecting like like pillow talk, and I'm just ending up like an ashtray for some reason. I'm like, fuck this.
But see, in the morning, you're gonna see all the results, all the pages, and you're just gonna be like, "That was awesome! I'm gonna do that all over again."
Bask in the afterglow of a torturous session on the St. George Cross. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've definitely experienced that too. Like anthologies too, where I pulled like crazy all-nighters. There's one I did a long time ago. It's when I was a new cartoonist, but it's like it was pretty cool. It was put out by Julie Wirtz, and it was called I Saw You Misconnections. And it was just a 2-pager, but I remember spending, because pages took me a lot longer than even, which is sad because they take forever now, but it took me like 10 times as long. So I spent like a couple weeks on the 2 pages. And I remember just like when it came out, just feeling really good about it. And it's weird because it's this brief moment of the flowers or whatever, because it's like when I saw it in print, but you know, I think I've probably had maybe one person read it, you know, so it's like, I don't know, it's a mix of like you get kind of a joy out of the product, but I still, at least I can look back and I have that on my shelf. And it's like you were talking about, Jake, where you start stacking up stuff on your shelf and you start noticing like the shelf's getting bigger.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's kind of the point, right?
It was one of those creative incentives that me and Frank, we know this person called Shell Presto de Baggio. Follow Ascension Epoch at ascensionepoch.com. She was talking to me about this thing in, I think it was September of last year, about if you want to prove something that you want to do like full time, make a shelf of your products and try to materialize rather than to have it just swimming in your head all day like a daydream. And another person called Man of the Atom, he said like try to aim for about 20 projects. Try to create 20 projects. It doesn't matter what type of length they're running in, but as long as you get those 20 in a bag, you'll have a small library, you know. And it doesn't matter like where it's posted or whatever. As long as you got your contribution into that, you should be satisfied into seeing that your work is somewhere.
Yeah, totally. I mean, like at this point in my career, I've done so many designs like for clients and t-shirts and stuff like that, that like the last redesign of my website was spent, it took me about a week and a half reviewing my portfolio with my wife to get it pared down. Like, so I'm not showing like more than maybe like 100th of what I've done, you know, and like that was a weird experience because every time, like starting out when I was curating my portfolio, it was like trying to pad it out, you know, where I was like, okay, I need to like look like I have more of this work. And there's a shift that'll happen if you follow what the advice you were just said, which is you'll start having to actually curate and pull away what you're showing. And it's like, that's a cool shift. But yeah, I think that's a noble purpose, like for sure. Because like, yeah, the other thing is like, I am a big believer in the idea of just dreaming while you're awake as opposed to just when you're sleeping, because dreams in your sleep don't get you anywhere, you know. But like,
unless you're creating comics based on your dreams.
Yeah, but that's an active dream and a passive dream. Like, and I'm a big fan of active dreaming, like where it's like, if tomorrow I wanted to be a scientist, I just changed my mind for some reason this late in my life and was like, I'm going to become a scientist. That statement doesn't mean anything until I'm actively trying to do it, you know?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So I really liked that about the book. I know like, my friend Gaz is not a fan of the book, but I'm a fan of The War of Art. You know, it's a good kick in the pants. But the point from that book that really stuck home with me was like, if I want to call myself a cartoonist, I earn that daily. Like you literally can't, like, I loved that passage. I forget how he specifically put it, but it was basically saying you can't call yourself a writer unless you wrote today, you know? And like, I keep that in my head. So like every day I work on cartooning, I earn the right to call myself a cartoonist. And I lose that right if I don't work on my cartoons for the day.
Oh wow.
I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like I like that as that works for me as an incentive. If it doesn't work for you and then don't use it. But I like it, where it's like you earn that right to be a cartoonist. Like, so Jake, you are earning it right now by going through the labor, because there's 20 other people today who called themselves a cartoonist who haven't earned that. I don't know.
Cool. I can call
Rambling.
myself a cartoonist today.
Yeah, you should.
I don't like to label myself. I'm sorry. I own the War of Art too, but like it
I own
just
the
like
first one.
reminds me that it's just sort of like a big reminder of, hey, you got work to do, and I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm gonna do it. Don't worry about it. But yeah, there is like there's the whole like motivation has been really dragging me like a ton of bricks. It's just because I've had like this whole like problem of the Birdian's ass. Do you know the problem?
No, I do not. I'm curious.
The Birdian's ass is the donkey that is stuck between the hay and the pail full of water, and the donkey can't decide if it's thirsty or hungry, and so it doesn't know. Well, it's thirsty and hungry, but it can't decide which to pick first, and so it's stuck right in the middle of the two, and can't make a decision until it starves out or dies of thirst.
Mm.
That is sort of what is called decision paralysis, or paralysis decision.
Mm-hmm.
And for the longest time, I had a decision paralysis when it came to what I wanted to do in my career and how that affected my school, or like my work for school. And being a very like hyper focused type of person, that was detrimental to my concentration, because I knew that I wasn't very efficient with my time. I wasn't very efficient with my dedication to multiple things, because when I get locked into one thing, I want to rather stay concentrated on task on that one specific thing than to deviate to multiple things, because I don't have the pension or the energy to do that, or the stamina. So for the longest time, I was stuck in that whole hole of that decision paralysis. If I want to do cartoons, if I want to do drawing, wanted to just do it because I was thinking of school all the time.
Yeah,
but
I understand that.
Now I'm like slowly exiting that whole thing, and I do have like the time right now. Now is the golden opportunity to just do the most work as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So that I can get a leg up when I'm exiting. But it took me so long to get out of that whole deal that it became that it almost impeded on me emotionally, physically, mentally, and it caused a lot of unneeded distress.
Yeah, I understand that.
And to make sort of like a decision, it requires like a leap of faith, and if you don't have a lot of people around you to support you, then it becomes even harder. So I just like started to take that leap, and I joined a AAA community to sort of better myself and start to connect and network.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had great benefits of doing that. Thanks for being there, Frank. You've been a champion. And I have a lot of gratitude towards other people, because if I didn't hear it from them, I wouldn't probably sit here talking with you, Josh. And I feel extremely thankful for that.
Yeah, I think like the other thing that's interesting is like I also think that's not like an insanely abnormal experience. Like let me see. So I'm trying to kind of place the timeline. but it's like my first comic I probably didn't do, like I held off from doing comics through most of my time in school. Because I just kept feeling like, well, for one thing, because I really loved the medium, and I just kept feeling like I had more to learn, and like eventually I kept feeling like maybe I'd get to this door that somebody would open for me, and then I'd be a cartoonist, that kind of thing. And I remember this thing clicking at some point where I just realized, like, if I just sat and thought about making comics, it wasn't going to get me where I wanted to be, which was having comics that I had done,
Yeah.
But it took a long time, because partially just out of paralysis of like fear of getting it wrong. And like this kind of weird idea that like there was some sort of gateway that was closed to me. But yeah, like it took a long time for me. So it was at least in my mid-20s when that finally unlocked. But what you're describing, like the decision paralysis thing, I think that's a very common thing.
Yeah, because it's sort of like,
especially in your 20s, like, not to sound like the old man who's like, well, don't worry, but it definitely is, like, in your 20s, like that's a pretty common thing, at least for me.
Because when you're trying to be like sensible and not get lost in the youth fagoo and all that, it becomes like critical and wanting to choose your life path, in a sense. Like you want to choose a class, and then you want to choose like a life path of that specific class. I'm jokingly calling myself a mediumancer online, but what I want to do is just to create comics, and to like invest myself into that narrative, to sell myself as that, so that other people accept that as part of like, oh, that's his identity. To make that is a huge commitment and a huge leap of faith in wanting to invest into something as big as that, because you don't know what type of like what type of things that you're unaware of in the whole field that will affect you and change you. And I had like a hard time trying to crack the ins and outs, and it comes back to like that whole like process of lurking, as I mentioned. I spent a lot of time trying to lurk and trying to figure out things before I started to get it in, and trying to be there more actively as a community member, as an engager rather than a passive viewer. For that, I've been rewarded in some ways, but I want to like keep on fighting and strive harder so that I can elevate it even further.
Yeah, and I think there is a certain element, like I do understand what you're saying about like lurking. I think there's a certain element of that that's really important to do, though, because it's like, let me see how it was explained to me. So I remember when I first got into grad school, right? I had a professor like really lay it out to me, because initially when my first semester in grad school, I was kind of approaching it like I had undergrad, and I was like just kind of being a sponge and just like soaking up all the information, because it's like, that's kind of what you do in school, right? Like you sit and you take in all the information, and you apply all the lessons and stuff. And I had
one year, not the other.
Yeah, well, some of it does, right? But you are absorbing mass amounts of information, Yeah. And I remember kind of like having this thing where my first crack at going to grad school, I was just kind of absorbing everything again. And I had an instructor who was just like, no, you don't understand. Like in grad school, you're not absorbing anymore. Now you're like pushing your limits, because you've you've absorbed, like you've been a sponge. Now it's time to be active, you know?
Yeah.
And that was that. So there's like different modes of thinking where you're like, on one end, you're kind of absorbing as much information as you can and kind of developing and growing by like stretching outside of what you can do. And then another where you're actually just actively applying it and testing limits and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think they're like different modes, but I think both are really important. So I think like what you're describing is really cool and interesting. And I don't know if that ties in at all, but
everything is connected in some form.
Yeah. And I do like that you mentioned the leap of faith, because the whole practice of doing art, and especially making a living doing it, is a leap of faith. Like, you know, that's the whole thing is just kind of a crazy. I've said this to my friend Scott too, who we do like the art casters and stuff, but it's like just the fact that we're out there making art and trying to make a living doing it. Like the second you make $1 off of artwork, you're cheating the system, because the system isn't made for people to make things. It's made for people to consume things. Uh-huh. So when you're able to make something of your own and like make any money at it at all, you're kind of cheating the system. And I think that's kind of cool and something worthy of doing, but it definitely requires a little bit of faith, because it also requires risk, and it's scary as hell to get into. And, you know, it continues to be scary as you go into it, because it's not as clear cut as like a lot of trade paths, you know, where it's like, I'm going to learn how to do auto mechanics and then go apply at a shop and maybe apprentice and start as a grunt and work my way up. Even tattooing has more of like a culture to it. Like you follow this path, right? You start as a grunt at the shop, and then like you practice and like you mentor under an expert, and then eventually like you get to do some, and you know, then eventually you start growing up your clientele, and they let you have like a space in the shop, and then you get big enough to like rent your own shop or rent your own space. Mm-hmm. It's like there's a whole process to it. The scary thing about like the kind of art that, you know, you're talking about like doing is like it does require faith, and it requires a lot of bravery to actually do, because it also like is one of those weird things where not everybody has a point in their life where they test their theory, you know. Yeah. And it's like in practice, and it's a scary thing to test a theory in practice. Like if I know everything about pages but I'm not making pages, it's a safe place to be. But the second you actually engage and start doing it, it's like then you're in that uncomfortable territory of like, I know what I think about art, but now I have to like try to actually practice it. And it's a whole different thing in practice. So I think the way you put it is perfect. But I'm glad you're doing it, and I'm glad you're at it. And you're also like passionate enough about it to where it'd just be a shame not to, you know?
Yeah. This is sort of like, I'm going to snag a point of view there. The whole like thing with risk. I guess I am sort of like, I want to play high risk in a, yes, Frank, make comics, not excuses. Mm-hmm. I'm a very like high risk kind of like dude, but I'm a risk assessor to every like the nth degree. So I become very stressed upon very, very many, upon a lot of things. So I get easily acid reflux, although that I have that chronic heartburns. But it pays out way more in a way of satisfaction when doing like those high risk things instead of like entering a lottery. Like when I go for the what is it called, the ball thing?
Oh, like the mega ball or whatever.
Yeah, the mega ball. Fuck that shit. I'm in there for like for the independence, because there's I don't have to like rely on like a 1 in a million chance thing that won't be happening, because of like there are a lot of people within who's going to like make those randomizers, even more random. And so it relies solely upon me and my duty as a communicator and as a storyteller to entrust myself and get into good company with people that are of creative talent and creative mindset.
Yeah, and I mean, this is great because I literally just finished the page, so we're probably going to be wrapping. But I like this because it kind of ties it to how we began. I'm guessing Frank will jump back on, but if not, I'm glad Frank was here. But we were talking about autism at the beginning, and I do think that one of the like benefits and downsides, at least for me, of like a high functioning, from what I've gathered, is we're kind of overthinkers, and we definitely are really good at back planning. So like I for my brain, the way it's wired, I can see consequences of things like very spelled out. And it's like why I get uncomfortable with like quick change is like I'm pretty good at planning. And I like overly planning like a lot of things, which I think like the thing you described about like comics as a math equation, like I think that's one of the addictions of comics for me is like, it's like this, there are so many little logic puzzles involved in the process of comicking that it just engages my mind on a level that not a lot of things do. But similarly, like the risk part is it's a risk, but you're right, it's not an uncalculated risk, and I think that's why it's so interesting and fun. I love
like
that.
the calculation part. At least for me, it's got a lot of like to deal with. I wanted to wrap it as seamlessly as possible because as a good storyteller, you want your mechanics to be hidden, and so it's sort of like a must to apply that to an absurd degree, and then being like in the total control, specifically in the comics, is such a. I love it because I'm not like restrained to reality and all those moral implications. If I were to like do dangerous things or more like controversial things, because then there won't be any people to take the fall for it or feel terrible about being involved in my work because I'll be in total control all the time of what I do. I don't have to like revolve myself to a DOP or a creative consultant or anything like that. The only thing that I would probably have to do is talk with an editor about certain like anthologies and stuff. But other than that, I'm free reign,
Yep.
I
agree.
That sort of like makes it an even more like rewarding experience of like that whole high risk thing, because then you could really get into that whole experimentation phase of how far can you push concept or a creation. And I mean that is sort of like what I had back in the day in like small doses with I was creating animations like back in 2010 on my YouTube channel, but I didn't get that much of a reward or any eyes on that stuff. And but seeing that right now when I'm doing like comics and have studied for years and years and years with media and all that stuff, it feels great to have some sort of like self-created purpose spawn out of that as a byproduct.
I love that. I also love the just the noting the probably what is appealing to most of us indie cartoonists, which is the complete and total control of it. And what's interesting is that also stems and ties to the fear of it too, because while it's really freeing, it's also super intimidating because with my graphic novel that I've been promoting, it's like I answer to whether that sucked or not. Like I can't blame my editor, I can't blame my publisher. I can't. I literally am the only person to blame if that book sucks. And so it's cool because I feel proud of it in a sense I don't feel proud of most work I do professionally because it's like I own that. Like I own whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether the lettering was good, whether the page designs were good. Like that's all on me, and and it makes it so fun to put out there. But also like I can understand why I spent so many years crippled to not be able to do that, because it is a scary thing. Because like once again, I have to answer to like what that is, because I own it totally. Like, and so there's like total ownership, which is really good and exciting, and it's completely terrifying, because if it collapses, it's a failure. But like here's where I get kind of existential. It's like it's my failure, and I'd rather have a successful failure than someone else's success. You know, I don't know if that makes sense. It's like I'd rather fail horribly and have it be my own than have like a success that I can't feel ownership of. You know.
Oh yeah.
All right, Frank, is there anything you want to say before we wrap it? Because I finished my thumbnail, and
well, I'll show the page I just finished.
Yes, let's see it.
Can you see it?
I'm seeing just the layers. There we go. All right. Very cool. Very nice, Frank.
And this is the penciled. There we go.
I love it. And where can people see that, Frank? Like where if they wanted to see a closer image of that, like your Instagram and Tarako Creative?
I'll post it up on my Instagram. I was just posting some of it in the Discord, so anyone in the Discord can go check it out. But I'll post it up on my Instagram right now. Cool. At least part of it. I want to like reveal the second panel because I have text in there that goes into the story. But
love it.
Yeah, right. That's on Art Nation. Check it out.
I love it. And then Tarako Creative too on YouTube, a really good show where I've been on it, and it's fun. It's a really good conversations about comics and creativity. Jake, where can everybody find your work and stuff like that as well?
I just dropped it in the chat. Hit me up on Twitter at JTwister. It's there in the comments.
Awesome.
And if you like to, if you would be so kind, tune into the Indie Vault the coming week or the coming weeks, because we'll be announcing the Indie Vault Revolt anthology, which I'll be submitting to.
Oh, nice.
Which will feature an 8-page story with me and with a couple of creators from the AAA who have been tasked to do a couple of stories too.
I love
it. I'll probably be here more often if I can catch it.
Awesome. You're always welcome back too. And Indie Volt is really interesting. Russ Leach was the first to kind of turn me on to that, and I've listened to a couple, and it's a good show. And I even submitted for the Indie Volt awards or whatever, because it just seems like a good community and a good thing that they're making. So I second that. All right. Thank you, Jake. It was fun to have a real person conversation. And you know, Jake is the beginner of the night gang. Like that is his trademark that has incorporated itself in our show, as well as Laser Times. And I do feel like we've gone from Night Gang to Laser Times, at least on my side of the coast. We are now in Laser Times. I'm early morning.
Laser Times.
I love it. So anyhow, thanks again. Thanks, Frank, for hanging. And I'll probably see you guys later tonight if you're still up, and Jake, if you're still alive after
no, I'm
cramming
going to be
through
sound
6
asleep.
pages.
I'm going to be sound asleep unless I go to bed at 8 a.m. and then wake up at 4, because then I'll be definitely Night Gang.
I love it. All right, guys. And thanks. Oh, I forgot to mention Adam as well was saying Judgment Thing was especially true after trying to do a daily strip. and also that he finished redoing some pages of comics today. So we were glad to keep you guys company while you got your work done. And all right, I will see you guys on the stream later. And if you haven't, order 2 stories because it's only like $11 on Amazon right now. So if you want to save some cash, maybe you're thinking of getting it for a friend, now is the time to do it on Amazon. And it's available at other online stores and all that fun stuff. All right, guys, have a good night. Yes. All right, Frank. Thank you. Frank is like the best at like promo. Like I still think, because like literally when we do art casters too, he'll help us like push like Scott and my stuff like in the chats. Like he's honestly, like Frank, you got a skill and a talent there. All right. Have a good night, guys, and we will see you probably tonight later. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.